there's no fish the size of that in that lake that can swallow your husband. And I was
Here he is over here in Toledo Bend. Just
right,
kidding.
right. They don't know
Chad,
some of these big old rivers we got with some of these.
Whoa.
Chad is
Oh,
saying they were Amish, not LDS. Not
Amish.
Mormons.
That's
Okay, I'm
still
sorry.
wild,
Either
though.
way, yeah. Thank you. That clarification there, but still, it's the
Ah,
religion tied into what's happening, right? And I
yeah.
feel like that conversation's avoided a lot, but we look at Jody, right? Look at Jody, what's her name? And Ruby
Carriers?
Frank.
Oh, Jody and
Ruby
Ruby.
Frank and Jody and yeah, Jody and Ruby. You look at them, you look at Lori, you look at Chad, you look at
There's a
Ruth.
Jennifer. Oh, I can't ever remember her
I
name, but
can't
she's
recall her.
another woman, Matt
Yeah.
Johnson, her husband, and she's going. I mean, they can't find his body right now. And her parents were elite type of parents, it seemed, and they were even arrested for obstruction or something or aiding. I don't know. Jennifer Hedgeworth. I don't know. Anyways, that is one I'm following close. I need to follow it a little closer, actually. Um, in Utah, and it's all. She said something odd that struck me, and I was like, mm-mm.
Right. It
If she
sounds
was
familiar.
a queen of hearts in a past life, she would off with their heads or something like that. And I
Mhm.
was like, oh no, ma'am, you're right there in the vision of glory belt.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly, Kresha. And I think that, for people to think that if you pretend for a moment, Lori did this for religious things. Lori's not the only woman out there doing it, right?
No,
And I
no.
said that, and then Ruth comes up and puts her baby in the lake because Jesus told her to. And
Yeah.
that story has barely been covered. Barely been covered. And I'm like, damn.
Thank you,
Okay.
Carolina or Catalina. How do you say it, Joe? Carolina. Carolina.
Carolina.
You said she taught you how to pronounce it.
Carolina.
Carolina. I'm just
Carolina.
gonna still say Carolina though. You can call me Kersha or something.
You can
I'll
call
never
me
remember
darling,
that.
darling.
Oh, thank you though, Carolina. Appreciate that. Let me put my glasses back on. She entered a plea of not guilty by reason of its
Oh,
insanity
okay.
last week. Well, yeah,
Whoa.
we're
What
gonna
was her
keep our
name?
tabs
What
on
was her
her.
last name? I
Oh,
feel like I heard a little bit about that, but it wasn't something I followed.
like they need to find his body, and they have her location. It's it was very Melanie Gibbish too to me.
Oh,
Like the way this woman acted, she's like
yeah.
a mixture of personalities between Lori and Melanie.
I'll have to see if she has a covenant.
Oh, she probably has a coven.
I'm saying they usually do.
Yeah,
Wow,
I don't know.
I have to look that up because I'm always interested in those cases.
On crime. Do you guys want to see like a 10-minute video clip
Yes,
of it?
Sure, I'll
yes,
mute out while it plays. So yeah,
me too.
All right, hold
Joe's like, please do, ladies.
on.
I'm teasing.
Never, never.
I want to know her last name because it's bothering me. And
Um,
as soon as I say
Amish
Hedgeworth, or
mom drowns son to give him
oh, okay,
to God.
okay.
11 days ago, I assume this is the case.
Well, I'm sure hopefully there's not two of them.
Ruth Miller. Is that right?
That's
Yeah,
what she
hopefully
said.
there's not two of them. Yeah.
That's what she
All
said.
right, I got to get back to StreamYard. You're not helping.
I am. What you need me to do?
Add to stage. There we go. All right. This is
Well,
the story. Good grief. Maximize, hit play.
What do you mean by that?
I threw him in the lake and I gave him to God. And people are going to tell me I'm crazy, but he is real. And he loves me. He really does love me. He loves me.
Chilling body camera footage of what an Amish mom said to Ohio sheriff's deputies after allegedly drowning her 4-year-old son.
I need to know where your husband is.
This doesn't sound like the same one.
What allegedly happened at this park that also led to the death of her husband, as she is now facing multiple charges, including aggravated murder. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. The body camera video I'm about to show you is truly chilling because you're about to see a mom admit on camera to law enforcement that she drowned her 4-year-old son in what she says was a religious experience.
I should just sit with my children and have water.
This is the body camera video just released of Ruth Miller when she was arrested on August 23rd, and it's a lot to take in. And before I play it for you, I need to break down how we got to this moment. This is Ruth Miller's mugshot. She and her family are members of an Amish community in Ohio. Police say that Miller, her husband, their twin 18-year-old sons and 15-year-old daughter, as well as 4-year-old son, went to a lake south of Akron. It's about an hour and a half's drive west of Pittsburgh in Ohio. Local law enforcement said they got a 911 call that morning about a woman driving a golf cart with 3 other people on board into a lake. And this is a picture from the local sheriff's office of the golf cart in the water. And here's what the local sheriff said at a news conference per WEWS TV out of Cleveland.
At the time that we received the call, people didn't realize what it was. It looked as though it could have been an unintentional event. It could have just been an accident, but it was a woman and 3 children on that golf cart.
But then the sheriff said when they first heard what Miller allegedly said to witnesses, this was about to be something more serious.
The first witness that arrives, the help, is asking the woman, does she need help up? And he tries to help, and she suggests to him not to help her, to just pray for her.
When deputies spoke to Miller, as you'll see here, she kept talking about her son, but her twin 18-year-old sons were okay. They were right there. Then they realized that she was talking about her 4-year-old. And here's what deputies saw when they first arrived.
Okay, so twin 18-year-old sons. This is the one.
I gave him to God.
You gave him to God.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I threw him in the lake and I gave him to God. And people are going to tell me I'm crazy, but he is real. And he loves you. He really does love you. He loves you. And I doubted him. I doubted him so many times. But I am to tell you, he is coming soon. He is coming very soon. Prepare your hearts. The end is close. And I'm for sure supposed to tell you that he does love you. Okay?
Ma'am, can you explain to me what happened? Who did you throw in the water?
I did.
I'm muted. Did you see the look on that deputy's face when she came up to him and she put her other hand on him and she said, I'm supposed to tell you that he loves you. And he's like, oh, Lordy, what do I do with this?
You need to back it up.
Yeah, I'm going to back it up. That was like...
Is she about to curtsy right there? I mean, what the hell?
She's prophesying. She's prophesying is what she's doing.
I get it, Joe. I like to make awkward, horrible situations and make jokes that are inappropriate.
We gotta do it. We gotta do it to survive. We have to. But she's got her left arm, her left hand on him, and then she puts her right hand on his chest and she said, I'm supposed to tell you that he loves you.
Hey, so I'm sorry, I had to mute out. So this is the right video, Joe, and this is what the lake they were staying at. They have an RV there, or had an RV there with them and the husband, the wife, and the kids. And this is after 911 is called, and this is her interaction with the cops when they got there. And it is very strange, and you can see her hold him, and you're right. She just keep watching. There's going to be more. But this is her.
And he's trying to figure out how to deal with it. Like people are dead and she's doing this to me. I don't know how to react to this, but I have one question. And Kresha, this goes back to your comment about making light of it. What is an Amish woman doing driving a golf cart? That's not allowed in the Amish community. She should be driving a horse-drawn carriage into the lake.
Joe, it was a Jesus emergency. It's a Jesus emergency. That's all I know to think. But yeah, this is and Kresha, you're fine. I do the same thing. It's that nervous energy we got. We have to laugh at some of this stuff because it's so heavy and deep. It's so heavy and deep, right? And there's stuff that I know I shouldn't laugh at when I'm privately in here in my room. I'm going, oh my God, that was not right to laugh at. But sometimes we have to. But yeah, this is this interaction is going to show you guys this woman's presence of mind, right, during this event, and just how part of me feels for her. Part of me wonders where it all went wrong. Part of me wonders, is this brainwashing from what their teachings were all their lives. Look at her sons behind her. They're 18. Do they know their mom is out there? Do they know their dad was out there? Are they struggling between what I've been
Slapping
taught
her.
right, what I've been taught all my life, and now our dad and brother are dead in the lake.
And we very well could be. I mean, what's wrong with our mom?
Right. You know, I'm sure she was probably that very loving, caring Amish mother
Yeah.
that took excellent care of her family. And by all accounts, the husband was just as hardcore as she it seems to be, because he
He
wanted to
went
go back out to
swimming.
the lake. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, he wanted to go back out there because he felt like he let God down the first time he swam, and he didn't swim enough for Jesus or whatever, however it went. I think Nate did a pretty good deep dive on it. Maybe that's where I saw a lot of it at. But um, then he goes back out there and he drowns. They don't believe she harmed her husband at all. They believe he drowned in the lake. And when she realized that, that's when God told her, you know, the giant fish swallowed him, and now you got to sacrifice your son. And she did.
Wow. That's
So here we,
nuts.
right. So here we are.
Here we are.
Mm,
Again.
So I'm
again.
gonna start playing right
That's
here,
fine.
and
Now I'm going to mute out that I gave you guys a little backstory, but I'm
yeah,
listening and watching.
yeah, no, I appreciate that, but I'm looking at the deputy in the background at the police cruiser, the SUV, and he goes into the front window and then he goes into the back door
Huh?
while she's doing her thing with the deputy on the right side of the
Yeah.
screen, and then they blur out part of it on the left side, and I'm like,
I
why did they blur that
Because
out?
I think at one point the daughter ends up sitting there. There's a
Oh, okay.
14, there's a minor daughter. These boys are
The
18 in the background. The minor daughter is on scene as well.
She could have
Um,
been in the damn water too.
yeah, she drove them all into the lake on the golf cart. The boys and the daughter.
Oh
When
my
she
God.
went back after she drowned the baby, she went and got back and got the other 3 kids and drove them all down. She didn't tell them what was going on. They just drove them down to the lake and boom, right off into the lake. And of course, they're adults and a half-grown kid. They got out and swam back to shore. And
I already thought that, like, researching Lori and Chad and their crimes and everything and their religion, all the things, okay? It always reminded me of that movie, The Village. But this, like, it just really made me think of The Village.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
being so sheltered and fear mongered,
And
and
what is that other lady's name, guys? That Nate has also covered. Her daughter just went missing, and come to find out, other kids have.
FLDS.
Yeah, the other kids have been. Her daughter was already missing. Now her other 2 kids
yeah.
are missing, and the husband probably has them, and they're hiding them out. All of that is crazy, you know. And so here we are with this kind of stuff, you know, and that just makes me wonder.
What's going on?
A lot of things. Yeah, I got a lot of questions. So I'll mute out and let you finish. But Joe,
Yeah.
keep an eye on not only what you're seeing, because keep observing that stuff and watch the EMTs when they show up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the
I
Fisher.
said
The
okay
Fisher
for Joe.
kids. The
Sorry.
Fisher kids missing
It's good.
from Idaho.
Right, right. Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
So, yeah, her daughter went missing a couple years ago, and then recently the other 2 went missing. Her other 2 kids. So
Mhm.
anyway, I'll let it.
That's kind of a run of the mill story with
Yeah,
FLDS.
Right? Isn't
exactly.
that's
Ugh,
so crazy. We're so used to that now, and that
I
Mm-hmm.
just
know.
disappeared. It
Yeah.
disappeared from the national spotlight.
It
Like
Yeah.
did. In
they
the
were a
90s,
cover
we had some
story
great.
for 24 hours, and then they're gone.
Yeah. Well, in the 90s, we honestly had some great documentaries, right? And we had people in droves leaving these communities,
Yeah.
women and children escaping. And there were whole documentaries about their journey, how they got them out, what they went and did afterwards, the ones that could not take the outside and had to go back. There's all these freedoms all of a sudden. This TV I'm watching, oh my God, that's a sin I'm watching. Their struggle was real. And I watched all of that back in the day.
Well,
Long before
I love documentaries
yeah,
too.
yeah, long before Lori Vallow ever was on my radar for anything.
Uh,
I was,
or in
you
my
know,
family.
yeah, I was already looking into this stuff because people were bringing it to the light in the 90s. But then, like Joe said, it falls out, right? It's no
Mhm.
longer in the limelight. It's no longer
We
talked
cycle so
about.
fast.
And
The
then Lori
news
Vallow
does.
happens, right?
Yep. And
And
then
then,
all the other ones, and then it just never ends.
yeah. So we can't talk about it enough.
It's like the same backstories or the same bones. I don't know how to, or you
No,
know what
I
I'm
get
saying? Like
it.
the shell, and then it's just different details. That's all it is.
Mhm. And
It
there's
is, and looking right here at this screen right now, the way that they dress is
mhm.
not identical, but is comparable to the way that the FLDS dress,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
and simple prairie type of outfits.
Yeah.
Nothing gaudy, nothing
You know what
fancy.
she looks like? She looks like my great aunt who lived on the farm up here.
Like a well-meaning
Yeah, the
woman.
church going lady that wholesome, raised her family, lived off the land, did right by the Lord.
Yeah. Her Lord.
Her Lord, 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 Lord,
Lord, Lord.
Lord, Lori's Lord, Lori's Lord. Oh my,
Yeah, they share
oh,
the Lord.
oh gosh.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Oh Lord,
And well, and she's getting ready to say that. He wants me to
hallelujah.
tell you that you're loved. And
Yeah,
she's
Yeah,
getting ready to
and
say
thank
that right
you.
now in this
when that
moment.
Awkward.
other cop walks up and addresses her big fish story, swallowed him story, that's it. I laughed at that, Precious. So
Like
don't feel bad when that
Jonah and the
comes up.
whale.
Yeah, exactly. And so that was the first thing I thought of when she said the big fish swallowed him. I thought, how biblical is that? How biblical is that? When I say that, if you're from the South and you Baptist and all that, you know that's pretty biblical to say. Well, Jesus told me the big fish swallowed him. That cop's gonna
Or
be like, ma'am,
if you're Mormon, it'd be like Nephi,
right, right.
Nephi and Laban ending. I'm like, who the hell are these dudes?
I
You
know.
know?
Like I had to do my research. They're popping off names I don't know.
Right.
All
Poor
right, Joe.
horse.
Well, I'm gonna let you get on with your show, sir. But yeah, keep watching all of that and observing, and watch out for the EMTs.
All right, here
He
we go.
loves you. And I doubted him. I doubted him so many times. But I am to tell you, he is coming soon. He is coming very soon. Prepare your hearts. The end is close. And I'm for sure supposed to tell you that he does love you. Okay?
That dude is like,
Man,
what do I do with
can you
that?
explain to me what happened? Who'd you throw in the water?
I gave my son to God.
Your son?
Yes.
Where's your husband?
He went for a walk.
I gave my son to God.
She
So after,
sacrificed her son. That's what I got.
yeah,
This
Wow.
morning.
And you haven't seen him
He can
since?
never come back. And we went to the boat, and his clothes were there. And
He can never
God
come
told me
back.
he's in the lake, and the fish swallowed him. You're actually
Huh.
supposed to go look for him in the bottom of the lake. And
you're actually supposed to look for him in the bottom of the lake.
No.
You see
No,
that?
ma'am.
Did you see the look on his face? He's like,
Eh,
I'm supposed to do that?
She's like dusting off her sleeves and stuff. Like, yep, yep. That's the Lord's work. Oh my God, y'all. This is so like there is a sickness going
Yeah.
around. Mental illness, call it what you will. Demon possession, call it what you will. It all equates to this horrible tragedy happening over and over and over again.
Killing people in the name of religion has been going on since the beginning of time. But
Mhm.
killing your own family in the name
Mhm.
of religion is a special form of depravity.
Well, yeah.
Like your own family
Isaac
hurt,
and
or yeah, I know.
stop this shit. God does not ever want you to kill. It is not your place. Thou shalt not kill. I mean, I know not everybody follows the same, guidelines or whatever, but still, even just a basic moral and basic human right, don't kill. You do not have the right to effing kill another human being. Period.
You cannot take the life of another human being. That you do not have the right to do that ever for
No.
any reason.
I feel like this is just normal. Like this shouldn't even have to be said, but I think maybe it needs to be said and then said again.
Apparently, she hasn't ever heard it because she was willing to do it.
And so nonchalant, pun intended, there, Lori. But I'm just saying, it's so very nonchalant. And it's like, I'm trying to figure out, like, is
What
she
is she
being
doing? What is she
genuine
doing
with the
pinching her
police
arm?
officer, or is she legit like trying to divert his attention, like deflect it? You know what
So
I
there's
mean?
2 police officers here. We have the one who's wearing the body-worn cam that we're looking at her from now, and he just asked her a question. And then you have the one to her left, our right, who she just put 2 hands on and said, he wants you to know that he loves you.
As she just sacrificed her son.
But is she pinching her arm right there?
It looked like she was dusting off, but she could be.
It looks like she's pinching her arm flesh,
It
which is
does.
really bizarre.
Ew. Yeah, I zoomed in.
That's weird.
You will find the fish, and you will find my husband, and then you will believe. But he, of your little faith, that did not believe before seeing.
Okay.
So send people down to the bottom of the lake looking for a fish. I had my husband.
How old's your son? That's in the lake.
He's sweet. I love him. I gave him to him.
Okay. 7940 Central. We're out with the mother. She is advising that she threw her 4-year-old son in the lake to give him to God.
At this point, deputies are now trying to comprehend what happened. They are trying to figure out where her 4-year-old is, but they're also looking for her husband.
They are there. And then pain came back to me. My husband and I both got out of him. The pain came back to me.
I need to know where your husband's at.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to this with my noise canceling headphones on, because she's saying some things here that I can't hear because the volume's so low. But it's just a weird interaction. She like feels the need to reach out and touch the deputies.
Did she say my son is sweet? Like he's sweet.
I think she said
could have
that.
swore.
Yes. I think she said that. I'll back
It's
up
weird.
just a touch. So I'm going to stop talking. So if y'all want to turn up your volume, you can turn up your volume to hear what she's saying.
Joe, her putting her hands on him is her way of, that's what a lot of old school religious, that's what you do.
Laying of hands.
Exactly. I don't know. I know I get you were LDS and that.
Oh, I was like, no, it wouldn't.
No, Joe.
Okay, I get it.
So I'm like Southern Baptist, and this lady, honestly, I don't just see her as Amish. I see her as a lot of ladies I knew growing up.
Yeah.
From my granny's church.
It's I want to stress, like, it's like getting her advice or her spreading the word of God is about equivalent to Lori trying to preach from her pulpit and her God. And I'm just like, no, ma'am. Can you not see from the wreckage what God you worship? Like, how do they not see? Is it just zero self-reflection? What is going on?
Well, I think a lot of it, I don't know what causes it.
Yeah.
But that when I look at her, I know immediately the chatter on social media, and I see the comments now, and mental illness. Well, when we had a lot of school shootings, we couldn't talk about the weapon being used, but we could sure talk about mental illness. What caused her mental illness? Was it extreme religious beliefs drilled into her head from the time she was born? Was it she wouldn't have done this if she wasn't already mentally ill? She took her religious beliefs too far. When are we going to address the problem behind that mental illness?
Right.
If that's what it is it, I feel like, observing these cases, it is a direct result of their teachings. And if they have thoughts in their mind, if she ever sat at the kitchen table, was allowed to sit alone for 5 minutes, did she wonder, was there life out there? Did she feel like guilty as shit for wondering that? And now she sinned for even thinking or considering what life might be out there outside of this.
And as much as Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, I looked at a comment, but Trey said she could be pinching herself and she may be trying to pull herself back into reality as if she's dissociating.
Mm, could be, but I feel like it's probably a pattern of behavior with her.
And the echo chamber, that's what I meant to say. If we
Yeah.
thought Lori and Mormonism, has this echo chamber, can you imagine what it's like for an Amish family? I mean, I'm really ignorant on Amish,
Mhm.
so I know just
No, it's the
the
one, and it's all
basic.
the same. When the way they live their lives, the way they're
Hmm.
taught, that you have to go by the way you are taught. If you deviate from that, you are going to go to hell. That's just
Yeah.
all there is to it. No, there's no conversation about that later. So it,
Psychosaurus Rex says, Salty, it's not a chicken and egg scenario. It's not that religion brought about delusions more complex than that, usually. And that's a good, it's like a driver.
that's
It's like a
it
symptom
can
or
be, is
a
it though?
means to an end.
Well, that would be saying that mental illness already exists, and because of her mental illness, she took her beliefs to extremes and did this, this, and this.
Right.
But I'm willing to explore another side of it. That's all I'm saying, because I
Yeah, oh,
see too
yeah.
many of these cases. There's too many of these cases for
Hmm.
me to ignore that other side of it anymore.
I know. I really get bummed out whenever I hear people and I've read people, I mean, I've with my own aunt and all that over the last 6 years when people just chalk her off to, "Up, she's just crazy."
Hmm.
It has nothing to do with religion, and I'm like, "What? Are you crazy?" It's in the indictment,
Yeah.
like, you can't dismiss that.
No, you
No,
cannot.
you can't, and
I
that's so stupid.
if I talk about Lori, I always mention that, because if we're not willing to have that conversation in Lori's
Mhm.
name and this,
Then
I
why
don't
are
know.
we here? Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
don't
ma'am.
wanna waste my
Thank
time.
you. Frick. Thank you, girl. We got to
I
hook.
say, like, it mattered to Tylee, JJ, Tammy, Joe,
Yes.
Brandon. It mattered to, all these people, other victims.
Hmm.
That's who it matters for. And so when I get really disappointed too when people I get it. I have had enough of her too. But I mean, I don't have that luxury of flipping that switch off and
Turning it
just
off.
detaching. I can for a little bit, but it always creeps back in. And
Yeah,
it's the crux of the matter.
and yes, and honestly, I saw you in court. I watched it live. And being privileged enough to know you and to have spoken to you in the past, I was proud of you, and a lot of us worried about you and held you close and sent you good vibes, prayers, whatever our thing may be. And you're strong-willed, but you're right. You can't simply just turn it off. And you still have a need to understand the whys no matter what. And I think that's a lot of times when you hear that word closure,
Mhm.
now the families will have closure.
Yeah, right.
Is closure is a really novelty type of word to use for somebody who's
Yeah.
lost a loved one, period.
Yeah.
No matter how they lost them, there's never really a closure. There's learning to live with. And then you also want to understand why your loved one is no longer with you. And unfortunately, in your case, there's a lot that
Well,
caused that for you, right?
it's
So,
fortunate and it's unfortunate
yeah.
because it's fortunate because I have so many people because it made, you know, what do you call that? It's a high profile case,
Hmm.
and so it's like a blessing and a curse because I remember when it went, public, why, worldwide, and I was just like, holy shit, that's scary. That's so
I would
weird.
imagine, Crescia, and I've never had that conversation with you. I really heard you talk about that. So I could only imagine being in your shoes, your mother's shoes, your family's position when that happened. That probably felt
Bizarre. It's just
it,
opposite.
right. It was probably a really strange place to be sitting in that moment.
Yeah, to like just a show will come on and I'll like when I hear my mom cry, that
Mhm,
gut wrenching,
mhm.
just that cry, where it hurts me because it hurts her, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
oh no, it's insta cry, because I'm
yeah,
just like, you're hurting my mom, you're hurting my brother, you're hurting my dad, you're hurting everybody, and then also mourning Lori. because
Right.
she died too. And
Right.
I had to have a talk with my daughter who was really close to her and Uncle Charles and just say, "Hey, Ashlyn, it's okay if you mourn her too. I just want
Yes.
her to know that she had a safe space to
Yeah.
mourn the loss of her too,
Good
because
for
I mean,
you,
it's a big
Pressure.
lick."
It really is because I've heard your mom talk about the Lori before, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
The Lori that was married to Charles, that was this a good mother. Kay would have
Attentive.
never. I
Right.
don't think your mom ever in a million years would have signed off and given them
No.
JJ if she felt like Lori was not going to be a good mom to that baby.
Right.
And she'd already displayed she was to JJ and to Tylee, and everybody liked Lori.
Yeah.
So it was like a matter of what when did it happen? Not what no, not so much what happened in my eyes anymore. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
when did it
Exactly.
start? Her journey there. When did that
The
start?
Delusionville. Yeah.
But yeah, that was probably, really a lot for your family to take on. And I honestly I didn't know until after Brandon's trial. I think it was Brandon talking to give an interview. He
Mhm.
gave a pretty lengthy interview and he was talking about how before Lori and Chad were arrested and everything, and it was after I believe the attempt was made on him, but your mom even having to, and I think your mother spoke about it too, is where I also backed that up with about having to be super aware of who was lurking around outside.
Yeah, my mom
Be
walked around with a
careful.
pistol in the house.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
She would lay on the couch with her head
Yes.
below the back of the couch so that
I,
somebody wouldn't take
girl,
her head off while she was watching TV at night.
yes. When I heard your mom saying that, I was like, oh my, it gave me chills, Crescia, because I was
Salty,
like,
I would even duck at my house, and I mean,
oh
I'm
shit.
not on the list, that I'm just
Right.
saying, like now I know, but
Yeah.
at that point in time, that my uncle was dead, and then we didn't know where the kids were, and then
I know.
Alex died, and then so you're just like, what the hell? I mean, you don't
Right.
know
And at
who's
that
You're
just
time,
cult,
assuming, yeah, you're assuming you're not on the list.
right, and then
right? I mean,
at
who
that time, I
knows?
think she had Kay and Brandon were on the dark list.
Yeah,
So,
yes, Rhonda was my
after
mom's
yeah,
demon name.
yes, and
She had
after
a name,
Brandon's attempt, Kay was like, "Oh shit, am I next?"
right?
So Kay was
Especially after the insurance, which
yeah.
had nothing to do with mom, by the way.
No, and when I heard Kay say when I like Crescia just described, when she laid on the couch to watch TV, she made sure her head wasn't a clear headshot, right,
Right.
for
With her
whoever was
pistol while she's
with her
eating
pistol,
popcorn
and
at
I
night.
thought that is one thing I didn't hear until recently, right after
Mhm.
Lori's last trials. But for somebody who's followed the case since the day those children disappeared, and
Yeah.
I watched Nate track them down, and I've never let up with this Lori Vallow shit.
Thank
But
you.
when I heard that, I was like, man, that's the stuff we don't know about that
Right.
really makes you connect with the families. I always loved Carrie and like
Right.
Carrie
I get you.
Larry and Kay. Over the years, I've watched numerous interviews with them and fell in love with them. And my mom has passed, so I was like, okay, Kay's adopting me. She doesn't know it, but I'm adopted by Kay Woodcock now. Oh
Yeah.
boy, so it's my favorite thing. Oh boy. But yeah, your family's so strong, and what the family. You're a good example of what families can go through in these crimes that we don't get to see and hear about.
I'm
So,
glad y'all got to see that. I'm glad I was able to show that. I wanted to show that side too, but I also didn't think about it either.
yeah,
You just get in. You just get in. That's what you do. And
yeah,
I really didn't do a lot of thinking. I just jumped in and
yeah.
just
You
tried to
went with your gut.
advocate and go through all the literal motions, okay? And just be real, you know?
Yeah,
But I also didn't want to overshare, and I always was paranoid that I would harm the case. And so I don't know why, but I was just super
no, I can
paranoid.
see that. You don't want to be the cause of anything,
No.
and you have a
And
lot of information. And what do
crazy YouTubers doing
right?
crazy
And like you said, this
YouTuber
became that type
things.
girl.
Uh-uh.
This
I'd
became
have
that
whipped their
type of
asses. I'd have whipped
girl. I
them,
can
I
imagine
swear.
how it was for you, because I didn't know you when Lori's trial happened in Idaho, right? So I listened to it on social media at the end of the day and all the things, but
Mhm.
I didn't know you, so I don't know what your experience was on social media back then. But we all know how these high profile cases are, and how even families of the victims can be torn to shreds before our very
Yep.
eyes. A quick video or whatever.
Even by other family members. I mean, this has
Right.
happened to my
Oh my
mom
God.
and Larry and even,
Yeah.
somewhat. And
Yeah.
it's just like, what?
Be too
What's going
careful. So,
on?
I applaud you for be having the even to have those thoughts, have that presence to know maybe I don't want to overshare it because I don't want to harm anything,
Yeah.
right? And your time will come to be able to do that. And I think you have done it the best way you can, and you followed your
Mm.
heart with it and your gut, and you've done it right so far, girl. You're killing it. So,
Thank you. I
you're,
appreciate that.
oh, you're welcome. It's to be a part of a high profile case has got to be
It's
something you
a
never prepare
But
for.
again, it's like a blessing and a curse because I
Mm,
have not, I mean, it sucks because, you have to share with everybody, but it also is really cool because you get to share with everybody and they return all these wonderful, great, thought provoking, point of view, that I never would have thought of. It takes a village for real.
it does take a village, and the way you've been able to come out and connect with people, right? Because you are, like you said, you're being you, Krisha, and you
Yeah.
being you is the first step, and that honesty and the transparency that is there,
Mm.
and knowing when to unpack things and when to hold off on certain things, and you've
Yeah.
done that. You found
Yeah.
that balance, and that can't be easy.
It's
I would
not.
be out of the gate wanting to be defend my loved one from the rooftops, shouting as loud as I can, but is that the right answer, right?
Well,
Is
the
it
cool thing is
wrong
like
in
I
certain
knew my mom and
circumstances?
Larry had like they know how to defend themselves, but I'm right there too. Like it's
Yeah.
a kind of I keep an eye on the entire situation. That's
Mm.
what I've been. Um, what do you call that? Uh, Whenever like because it traumatized. It really did. I would
There's
flinch real easily and startle real easily after that.
you had
Then
post-traumatic stress syndrome.
yeah, oh yeah, bad.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there were just, I don't know. It's like, and you learn how your brain does protect you. Your
Oh, yeah.
brain really is protecting you because at first I could just go in and it's like I kind of had this thought, to I'll learn it all so you don't have to, mom. you know, and
Yeah.
Todd, I'll do it for you, but that is an idiot. That's
Well, you're
crazy.
you wanted to protect her, and you knew she was dealing with a lot, so you're gonna dive into this, and
I
then
went
when
into this side, which is kind of weird, and nobody else in the families have done it. I
yeah,
mean, Megan comes from that background, but I mean, she didn't show up on my scene, on my radar until Lori's trial, and I was like, who is this? Who are you?
yeah,
But
I never really watched any. I didn't know Megan before that.
yeah,
I knew that
I'm
Chad.
glad
Who
she's
was
here.
that? Chad's or shit, Lori's what brother and
Oh
somebody
God,
has
yeah,
a podcast or something or other. I think
brother
I
and
watched it like
uncle.
once or twice for research purposes a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's all I knew, right? And Colby having a YouTube channel, and then I had
Hmm.
discovered you, um, and everything, and then Joe and the friendship you guys have forged there, and what you guys have been doing together and unpacking all this. A lot of us got to know you, right, and know
Yeah.
your family through the process, and
Yeah.
um, I think a lot of us just commend you because it can't be easy to take that walk and that journey of where you started and where you are now, and not even knowing from day one that this is going to be as
Mm-mm.
devastating as this was for your family, that it was going to blow up into this high profile
Yeah.
case, right?
No,
Um,
yeah. I
all the media,
totally.
all the media attention, along with an already insane story, which
Yeah. I've stood my ground though with that. People would contact me and I
hmm
was straight up with them. Like Court TV had contacted me, and I mean, I love Court TV. It was Julie, whatever,
Oh gosh,
or
not
Pants on Fire is what I call her.
don't I know Julie. I called her downtown Julie Brown.
Yeah. Well, she had, I mean, it could have been a booker, somebody booking, or I don't know. It's so weird. But I remember sending her a DM back and saying, yeah, I mean, I'd love to do an interview, but I just know where I've researched, it's not very mainstream, like, and so I don't know. I just kind of, I should have been a little different. It's a learning process. It really is. Like, you don't know exactly what to do.
So wait. So you told them about your research, not
Not
quite
in
mainstream,
depth, but just
right? Just a
like,
little
hey,
bit,
what I have to share is not,
right? Okay,
it's
so
not very
what was
mainstream.
what did they ever get back to you?
No. So there you go. And
Interesting.
so
Downtown Julie Brown. I got questions, ma'am.
I know.
Why
But I
not?
mean, it could have just been,
Well, no,
whatever. I've
I
also reached out to Fox 13. That's actually the first person I reached out to because of his coverage, Adam Herbert's, his coverage with
he
David Hamblin and the satanic ritual abuse, or I'm sorry, ritualistic child s abuse with cannibalism,
mhm,
and then that's what sparked me on this, that rabbit hole, which
yeah,
leads to this rabbit hole, and they all connect. They all have the same players. Just it's like a Venn diagram, where they overlap.
yeah.
And so it's a whole movement that I've been tracking. But anyway, so I had
Right.
contacted him and
You,
he never got back to me. So
and you're holding your breath for Nate to reach out to you, right?
no.
Uh, well,
That
um,
died a long time ago.
oh lordy. Okay. Well, to me, I think
I
it's the
respect him, but I just, you
yeah.
know, I mean, give me something. And
Honestly,
so you
I
can't
don't know
say
why
you're
that hasn't
for,
happened. Let me just, because I like Nate. I enjoy Nate's
I do too.
That's all. I don't have a relationship with this dude. He's this guy on the YouTubes from East Idaho News that does all this stuff, and he tracked Lori Vallow down, right? So that's as far as it goes. He's like any of the other journalists I follow, in my opinion. But the fact that you haven't been reached out to and asked to do any sort of interviews with any of these programs that covered this trial, they always want to talk to the families and get,
Oh yeah, they stress it.
and they've all relied on Kay. I get that, and I understand it, right? I understand it,
Mhm.
but they're not. It's what the subject you want to explore. Here's my opinion. I feel like it's such an uncomfortable conversation.
Mhm.
How do we have it? Are people willing to listen? Are they willing to be open minded and be respectful about it? Are we?
Oh
You,
no, they're not.
so
They're not. I
I'm
can tell
willing
you
to
that
have
now.
it. I'm so willing to do it, but it's hard for me to find anybody willing to explore it with me other than Joe, right? You know what I mean? Joe and I have
Right.
a lot of off
I
camera
mean,
conversations.
yes.
He knows how I feel, but it's not been something I've explored on my channel, and it's not
It's
because I don't want
ballsy.
to.
It's
I want to.
I had to make that decision and just say F it, Like
Yeah,
I'm not gonna sit here and just talk about the level, I mean the surface level. Everybody else is doing that.
thank
And I
you.
mean that's not where I dove in anyways, I
Yeah,
mean, yeah, I do that and I dig even deeper. I follow the money and I followed the money and that makes people really uncomfortable. Or
very.
like Joe says, cognitive dissonance.
Yeah,
And I
he's
get
not
it.
he's
It
not
can get you
wrong.
killed. Get
It
you killed real
well,
fast.
yeah, don't be hanging out in Letcher County, people. Duck.
It's everywhere,
Oh my
y'all.
gosh. Um, but
Corruption is
right, you
everywhere.
guys are right. Well, we have totally derailed your
I
video,
know.
and we're
Hijack.
not done. We're not done with that lady. So it just goes back to what the religious aspect, right? That
Hmm.
you and I were just talking about, and the uncomfortable conversation versus chalking this lady up to just having a quote unquote mental illness.
Salty. This is something I picked up from another case was you have to get comfortable talking about uncomfortable things.
Very much so. Thank you, ma'am.
And
And I'm
it's
I'm your
true.
girl for those kind of conversations.
Well, hit
I
me
can
up.
do it. Let's do this. Yeah, look. I don't even think I can DM you on the Twitters. I don't know how to reach
Yeah,
you.
I don't. I'm having a hard time like with my mobile and Twitter. It's like
I need an
it's
email. Joe, shoot me her email in a DM.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Thank you. All right,
thank
we'll
you.
let you play your video.
Yeah.
Play my
Right.
video.
Yeah.
It's important to watch. I mean, because I want to move past it's just a mental illness thing.
We'd have to shut up though first.
Yeah, we will.
Okay.
We're
I'm
muting
muted.
Here we go. I got to change the layout first.
Allegedly. Okay.
And then came back to me. My husband and I both got with him. The pain came back to me.
I need to know where your husband's at.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
He's
in
at
a
the
fish.
bottom of
There's
the
no
lake
fish
in a
starting
fish.
up on an outlet to swallow your husband.
He's at the bottom of the lake in a fish.
Okay.
He's at
I
the
thought
bottom
your
of the
husband went to
lake
the front
in a
for a walk.
Yeah, and then we came to the boat, and his clothes were laying on the boat.
Okay.
Tan
Yeah.
pants and cream shirt and flip flops.
You have a cell phone?
It's in the camper.
It's in the camper. Where's your camper at?
I think it's.
Area 3?
I think so. Yeah, it's like a tannish camper.
It's a tannish camper. You don't know what.
So just real quick, there have been suggestions that they're not Amish necessarily. They may be Mennonite. They may be German Baptist. So Amish are definitely not supposed to have an RV. They're not supposed to have motorized vehicles. That's why they ride
Guess what?
horse-drawn buggies to wherever they go.
Mormons aren't supposed to kill. Mormons aren't. They don't have coffee. They live by the word of wisdom and all the things. But yet here we are, just like Salty said. Here we are. And so, what's really going on?
Yeah, what's really going on? That's a good question.
Sidestepping.
I have driven behind horse-drawn buggies in Ohio. So this is in Ohio. Amish in Ohio is a thing. It's common in especially northern Ohio and northern Indiana. It's a thing, but I would be willing to explore whether or not they are truly pure Amish or whether they're some other religion. But it doesn't matter. They're high demand religion that requires them to dump their 4-year-old into the lake to die.
Amen.
What number it is? Because we really need to verify your husband's still with us.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, he's actually just go out in the bottom of the lake.
Well, I can't go in the bottom of the lake. So
We have scuba divers.
we're gonna have to call divers in and go to the bottom of the lake.
Please do.
And you're
Get
saying
the best ones there are, because this is a miracle from God. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
you're saying your 4-year-old son's down there too?
He's with God.
Where's his body at?
Where
did you throw him in the water at?
Off of the dock at the causeway.
Where the bike was today?
Where the boat was?
Yeah, there's a boat. I know.
No,
When they're supposed to be once.
I think there was one.
Does anybody have a glass of water?
We can get your water.
Please.
So
Thank you.
we're right now we're gonna walk up to the squad, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're gonna put you in the back of the squad.
You will find my husband.
Okay, but you're gonna sit down in the back of the squad for us, okay?
Can I actually just sit with my children and have water?
Yeah, we can bring your children over.
Let's go in this spot over here. My children are here.
We'll bring them over in a minute. Let me go check you out. Yeah, we're gonna get it. Kyle went to go get you one.
They should cuff her though, for safety.
You guys send the dive team over that way then?
Deputies would eventually find out that the Millers were doing religious exercises by the lake. Here's what the sheriff said in a news conference per WEWS.
Sometime just after 8 a.m., and this statement from both her children and other independent witnesses, she is seen loading up the 4-year-old on a golf cart near their RV and taking off very erratically. Everybody that will comment or any witness that you encounter that saw her driving will tell you she was driving very dangerously. She flipped the cart at one time. She was seen on 2 wheels another time. Of course, she was praying by the kayak. And she left. The children saw her leave with the 4-year-old. And then a while later, she came back. She states that she went to the dock and that she threw the 4-year-old in because that's what she needed to do as an offering to God.
Deputies believe this mom took her 4-year-old and drowned him earlier in the day, then drove the golf cart again hours later with her older kids as religious offerings on board.
940 Central.
The mother is advising that her boat is located if you just want to log at the Causeway Center dock, and that's where she threw the child in the water. She's also now saying that the husband's in the water. If you just want to log that and notify the dive team, the Rangers are heading over that way right now.
It's not hard on my knee. So your knee won't hurt you. Please trust me. Okay. It won't hurt you. It won't hurt you. You're fine.
So we just heard them explain that she was seen to like flip the golf cart earlier and do like crazy things. But do the police know this right now? Like, do they suspect her as somebody who should be placed in handcuffs and detained during the investigation? I wonder about that. Like, we know that after the fact, but are the police investigating this in the moment really worried about that? Or are they more worried about finding the bodies in the lake, her husband and the 4-year-old?
You're fine. Okay. You're fine. God, please show this woman. It is true. But I'm sorry. People are doubting. It is getting harder for me. Just stay strong. Please.
What? She's sitting there praying with the paramedic? And the paramedic is like agreeing to that interaction? This is nuts.
Bizarre.
See, I told you. So here's what I think. Here's what I want. Let me not what I. Well, it is what I think. Because I thought about it. I thought, what's going on here? What do we got here? Is this a normal Amish type community? A lot of Amish around. What's up with this lake? Why are they at this particular lake? Are they being kind to her because of her, the image she's giving right now? This fragile, caring, godly woman. Until they figure out what's going on, because she doesn't, appear to be a threat. I don't know why she didn't get put in handcuffs, especially when she's telling them before, putting her hands on the cop, and they already know what she's done. They were told. Why didn't they put her into handcuffs immediately, Crusher? Like you said, what's going on here? So, was it because of her being this religious person? But Joe, when I saw this part, I was like, wait a minute. I mean, I get that, but what is that a little too? Is this professional? I don't know what's happening.
Hey, I pulled this up real quick. It's
Uh,
Ruth Miller. She's a 40-year-old Amish woman from Millersburg, Ohio. Has been indicted on multiple charges, including aggravated murder, child endangerment, and domestic violence, following the deaths of her 4-year-old son, Vincent, not Vincent, but Vincent, and her 45-year-old husband, Marcus, at Atwood Lake. According to reports, Ruth Miller told authorities she was acting on directives from God. Body camera footage from a Tuscarawas, I don't know how to say that, county sheriff's office deputy shows her stating, quote, "I threw him in the lake and I gave him to God, and people are going to tell me I'm crazy, but he is real and he loves you," unquote. The events occurred during the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. Authorities determined that on Saturday, August 23rd, Ruth and her husband Marcus went to a dock at the lake and jumped into the water, believing God was speaking to them. Later, Marcus Miller told his wife that he was disappointed in himself for failing the tasks because he didn't have enough faith. He reportedly went back to the lake to swim to a sandbar to prove his faith. His body was found the next day, and detectives believe he likely drowned accidentally. On the same day, Ruth Miller was seen by witnesses loading her son Vincent into a golf cart. She allegedly drove the golf cart into a stone wall by the lake with her with her three older children, a 15-year-old daughter and twin 18-year-old sons on board. The older children were able to get out of the water unharmed. Divers found Vincent Miller's body at the bottom of the lake near a dock later that day. Last paragraph. Ruth Miller has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. She had been held at a secure mental health facility and was later booked into whatever the name of that county jail is. The couple's family has stated that both Ruth and Marcus Miller had struggled with mental health issues. Okay.
They
Tuscarawas.
Thank you.
Tuscarawas County.
Tuscarawas. Okay.
So the family says they both struggled from mental illness.
Yeah. I mean, that's young. 45. I'm 47.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it.
Does she look 40? She could be 40.
I guess.
It's hard to tell
Just
the way they.
listening to that cop just now describe her erratic driving of that golf cart, that surprised me. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, apparently she was getting on it, heading down back to the lake, and to the point where she rolls it once, and then she gets up on two wheels, or she flips it and then gets up on two wheels at one point.
Doesn't it sound like she's maybe angry?
A little bit. And
are we one of those people who, I mean, again, or it's like a high pressure cooker. I see that a lot with the LDS religion, with the women for sure. And I mean, I don't know much about Amish. I'm just saying I don't think it would be as high pressured, but what do I know?
Right.
I mean, she could have been under a lot of stress.
Amish are not supposed to have anything to do with electricity or internal combustion engines. So this is that if they're Amish, then they're like outside of the normal, very strict guidelines of it, and
they're friends.
That happens all the time. I'm not saying that's unusual.
Right. I'm just saying
weird.
Yeah, but I don't know, they're living in this, or they have this RV down there as well. So I don't know how strict you have to be on what they follow. You know what I mean? As far as that type of stuff goes, I don't know all that either. But you're right. There's a lot of the things you cannot do that people are more prone to do and be accepted these days.
Right. She probably had the governor taken off or whatever, so she could go even faster.
Right?
I don't know. They did that to me in the plants one time, and I was like, "Oh my God, why is my golf cart going so fast?"
Right.
50 miles an hour. Screw that. We're going 30.
Yeah. F it. We're going 30.
We're out of here.
Yeah.
When suspects declare themselves to have a mental illness, usually when you have a mental illness, you don't recognize it like that. So to declare yourself with a mental illness, and maybe her lawyers did it on her behalf, which is appropriate.
Yeah.
But
that's a good point.
If your attorneys can still do that, if they get you analyzed and all the things, right? And they have people sign off on this, so, hey, this lady is not cooking with a full deck, right? Or whatever. That's how you can determine that. But
and then how educated are they about how's the family so educated on mental health issues and or not? I'm not dumbing anybody down. I'm just,
I get it.
As far as information,
right.
Psychosaurus Rex is calling me out. Tell me what's untrue. She's more of an expert than I am by every stretch of the imagination.
What are we talking about?
It's probably untrue that if you have a mental illness, you wouldn't declare yourself to have a mental illness. That's probably what she's calling me out on. So I'll take that.
No. I agree, though, that some people are you have people who are very self-aware, who are willing to own what they see and go and seek the help they need. You have some who will absolutely never own what they see in the mirror.
I know one of them.
Right. They're never going to admit they have a problem. It's not a cookie cutter. Nothing about mental health is cookie cutter. We got to get there first. So it really depends on the situation. There's a lot of things at play there. To make those kind of determinations, in my opinion.
Okay.
Here's a quote. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Psychosaurus Rex says most people with mental illness know something is wrong because they've been told it repeatedly. Anosognosia is present in things like psychosis, though, because they aren't living in reality.
Okay, so
they're aware because they've been told.
By who? I mean, and I only say this because past 20, almost 21 years coming up, it's been a journey. Mental health was part of that journey after I suffered from trauma that caused, unbeknownst to me, PTSD and anxiety disorder. And all that triggered my autoimmune disease. 'Cause there's always a trigger that brings it 100% full force, and boy, did it. So, along that journey of different doctors throughout the years, different pharmaceuticals they wanted me to try throughout the years, I had to absolutely stand in the mirror at one point and own my shit. Even though I didn't cause the trauma that happened to me, my reaction to some things along the way was absolutely on me. Everybody else's reactions for whatever happened was on them, right? I had to own my part in whatever it was. And when I realized that one day, I was like, that's where I change. That's where I change for me, from other kids, because I really don't care about anybody else. So it's a journey, right, for everybody. But I don't know that everybody will ever recognize they do have a problem. Because I went to the doctor one day about probably several years into the journey. And this guy's like, well, you have PTSD. I'm like, after sitting there letting me talk for almost 2 hours, can you imagine? He says that to me, and I'm like, no, 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 that's not true. I was like, I was not in the military. I didn't go nowhere, fight no war. He's like, you don't understand. You don't have to do that. But the sequence of events that you described, you have post-traumatic stress syndrome. And then it hit me, damn, this dude's right. Which then, Tresha, like you said, explains the jumpiness, the looking out the window, the whatever,
Agitated,
the agitation, the insomnia.
despair. Yeah.
Yeah, all the things that you realize, oh my God, is that was the triggering events caused all of that? Like my necessity to have a clear shower curtain for years and not really knowing why, but I needed to see what was on the other side. I don't have to do that anymore. I haven't in years. It's called progress. But I don't know
Yeah.
that everybody can get there, because I know people who don't know how to recognize they have a problem. There's somebody close to me that I am waiting for them to see that, and I don't know that
Well,
it'll ever happen.
let's talk about that in relation to this picture that we're seeing right here.
Yeah.
Right?
So what we have is this lady who has professed to be mentally unstable, and that resulted in her helping to unalive her husband and her 4-year-old child. And she's kneeling down in the parking lot behind the ambulance to pray with this paramedic who is willfully engaging with her in that. I don't get it. Like, why? If I'm the paramedic, I'm like, I'm good. I'm good. That's okay. I don't need to kneel down and pray with you in the middle of the parking lot right now. Like, can anybody explain that behavior by the paramedic? Not by the lady, not by
Oh,
Ruth Miller, but by the
I
paramedic.
I have a theory for this, and it's something I've seen in Lori and Chad and their whole posse, okay? Where they have this savior. I mean, we've heard people say this. They have a savior complex, a God complex, and they do. They want to save everybody else, but have no idea how to save themselves, like first, like
Yeah.
they don't. They're lack introspection or something. It's I don't
Oh, I
know.
can see that. I can see that theory playing out right there. But why are they praying with her? Like Joe says, why are they? And like you
Entertaining.
pointed out, no handcuffs yet. Now they're praying with her. What's happening here? Is it? And I wondered, is it just because of her? Look at me. I'm a Christian lady. I'm not going to hurt nobody. But man, we think you might have. So where's the concern for she might have versus what are they doing? I don't know how to explain it yet, Joe. I don't know if this
They
lady kneeling
they
down is also one of an Amish. Can Amish ladies have jobs? Can you be partial Amish? I don't know.
they um they could just be keeping the situation calm.
I thought about that too. Are they
Um,
just appeasing this woman at this point? because she doesn't.
I'm okay. I might try to appease her, but I'm not going to kneel down
And
in
pray
the
with
middle
her.
of the parking lot and bow my
Yeah.
head and fold my hands in front of me so she can pray over me. This lady that just unalived her 4-year-old and contributed to the death of her husband.
I
Like
understand that.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, I don't
there's
get it.
I can
I
understand
don't know.
that. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, Joe. It really doesn't. No matter how many options you look at to try to justify what's happening here, there's no justification for it. It's weird. And I think we
Mhm.
can all agree on that.
I mean, she could be feeling reverence for the victims, you know? I
Yeah.
mean, we don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I'm not like casting any blame on her. Like her behaviors
No.
and the moment are what they are, and she went with what she felt like was appropriate, and that's fine. And paramedics have such a tough job. I'm not going to blame her for anything. I just don't understand it. I don't comprehend it.
Well, and it goes back to why are the
Yeah.
cops being so kid? They're treating this woman like kid gloves
They
all
look a little
across the board.
shocked to me, you
Yeah.
know, like, what?
What
Kind of, what the hell did you
are we
just say?
sure? What what these people are saying is this really true? Let's
And
just
the
let her.
bizarre, like how her behavior about it, you know, her behavior is bizarre and they're just trying to assess it and be like, what I think.
Well,
I mean, same way
there's
we're reacting,
obviously
except they were right there in
well,
person.
there's apparently a lot of witnesses because people saw her driving erratically down to the toward the lake with this child already in the golf cart, doing wheelies over there on two wheels and flipping over,
They
and
need to be
nobody.
checking her kids.
Right, nobody's chasing after her at this point going, "What are you doing? Are you okay? Are you having a medical episode? Are you freaking out? What's going on?" No, so there's got to be numerous people to interview. So while they're doing that, I feel like they should have a little more constraint on her until we
And
figure it
and
out.
on the even the adult children and just all the
Yeah.
children because they just lost their brother and their dad
Yeah,
and
well,
their mom is wild now, you
you
know.
don't
So
but you don't know who did what until
I
you sort
know,
it out.
I
So
know.
weird.
I pulled up the quotes about her hearing, and I don't know if y'all want to hear them or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Go ahead, share. Thank you.
so she had, let's see, Miller is currently being held in the, what is it, Joe? Tuscarawas?
The county.
Anyways,
Tuscarawas.
Tuscarawas County Jail without bond. She was booked there after being discharged from a secure mental health facility. So, see, she's now in the jail and not so much the secure mental health facility.
Mhm.
Where she had been held from August 23rd to September 1st. Judge Michael Ernest also stated that the prosecution's motion for a no contact order for Miller will be deferred for consideration until after the issue of her bail is decided. In addition, he ordered, quote, that this matter be set for trial at the earliest possible time, unquote. A telephone pretrial conference has already been set for October 6th. It says, after the hearing, Miller's attorney, Friedman, spoke to reporters. Quote, we entered a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity today because, based upon the facts of this case, it's very evident that it is fitting. This case would not have happened but for a mental defect that would have prevented Ms. Miller from
Mm.
appreciating the wrongfulness of her conduct, unquote, he explained. Friedman was asked if Miller has shared her feelings about what happened at Atwood Lake. Quote, well, you know, she's obviously devastated by what occurred. This is not something by any stretch of the imagination where we could think that someone would wake up and destroyed not just their life, but the life of their child, he said. I mean, something is wrong, and that's what we're getting to the bottom of now. But obviously, she's devastated with what's happened. She is, her family is, everyone is, unquote. And this other
Here,
little excerpt,
it's
it,
going to be so easy for states who are prosecuting women who harm their children, where some religion may or may not be involved. How do you prosecute a case like that and not have a media firestorm underneath you
yeah,
from both sides of the fence? So it's easier to say something else caused it. And now we have a neat little bow package here. She's insane. No sane woman, mother would do that to her child,
Right.
right? No, no,
No,
no.
you would think. I
It's,
mean,
we're
I would
gonna.
practice
Mm,
sliding on the other side of the door when my toddler was throwing a fit. It was my first child, and I mean, just oh my god, you couldn't help him. He had everything he needed, diaper change,
right.
all the things,
Uh
and
huh.
then you cry on the other side of the door
Yep.
because you're just like,
Girl.
I don't
I
know.
and that, and if you have a little bit of the bottom, if the door doesn't like go all the way to the floor, and there's a little crack,
Yeah,
his little tiny hand comes sliding out.
yeah.
And
Oh,
it's your
child.
first baby, like Kresha has said. And I'm 21 years old. Well, at the time, 22. She was about a year
Yeah,
old
me
then.
too.
And and I'm like, my heart's breaking. But these books and these people on TV are telling me I'm supposed to do this right now. But I remember being told, get your butt to the room and cry it out. Go to
Or
bed.
just at your wits end because it can wear on you, and
So
that's just being
wearing.
honest, y'all.
And right, isn't it so much easier to open that door and pick that baby up and put him in your bed, just go to sleep?
Yeah, but
Everybody
what
just
if you're aggravated?
right,
And that's what I'm trying to stress. Like, what if you're
right.
aggravated? Don't like just go calm down.
You have
Go
to.
get your head about you, and then
Mhm.
and then and then go back and do what you got to do. But
Yeah,
it's okay to say that. It's okay to say that we're not perfect mothers and that we don't have all the answers.
exactly.
It's okay.
You can't bust in there on emotion when you're already, I've sat there on the couch and listened to these kids cutting up, being a fool, and I'm getting
Yeah.
mad because I've already told them what 15 times or whatever it is. Do I want to jump up mad and go in there raging, or do I just want
Right.
to take a minute? Right? Oh, there goes
Yeah.
mama, crazy ass mama again. Do I want
Joe
to do
had 4 boys. He
that?
knows.
Yeah. Them kids can act a fool and make you go in there and just act a fool right along with them. And
Right.
sometimes we do because we aren't perfect, like you said. But when the take a deep breath sometimes, right? And Lord, here I go. How do I discipline this child of mine?
This will help us too, I think. Detectives, they do not believe that Marcus Miller was involved in the drowning of his son or with Ruth Miller's actions with the 3 older children.
Yeah.
The police say that he likely drowned accidentally while swimming in his effort to prove his faith. And then, while Ruth was hospitalized in the mental health hospital or whatever, the older children were released to other family members, so we know that that's where they're at. And then uh, Campbell added that the couple's family told detectives that they both struggle with mental health issues, particularly the mother. And it says, but quote, I'm sorry, quote, but there were never any discussions of harming anyone. Campbell said they had some, religious beliefs. What we recognize is this: she was clearly in a mental crisis, no doubt about it. You talk to every witness or every first responder, she was in mental crisis. And it just simply manifests itself in what we call a spiritual delusion. Then just a little more. Campbell said that the family had intervened as recently as Thursday, August 21st, after getting a quote unquote concerning call, though there was no indication that the couple planned to harm anyone. Then it says, quote, this was a husband very devoted to his wife. I think they were also devoted to the Bible, and that just manifested itself incorrectly, unquote. I don't think there's making a lot of common sense out of it. I really don't, unquote. All right.
Wow.
But we can try and make a little bit of common sense out of it. So he referred to it as a religious delusion.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a
Spiritual.
God
Yeah.
complex,
Mm-hmm.
spiritual delusion, right? So it's kind of like a God complex thing, but not thinking you're God, but thinking you have
Like you're his hand.
a spiritual connection to
A
the
test.
higher power.
Tim Ballard has used this Abrahamic test,
Mm,
allegedly with the women that he allegedly trafficked, okay, and duped into his dumb fuckery, okay. I don't know how else to put it, but this Abrahamic test, and I also saw other Latter Day Saint members, on YouTube talking about this, and it freaked me out. I was like, "Oh my god, this is the same crap that Lori and Chad were doing and talking about. Here's these people talking about the Abrahamic test. Here's Clem talking about it. So, is this the Amish version of the Abrahamic test?"
right.
And why is she saying that she lost her faith and then she found it? What made her find it? Where'd she find it? In the bottom of the lake?
Right. In the big fish store. I don't know
Right?
what's going
What
on.
strengthened her testimony through this? What, like,
Mhm.
how did she lied her to people or something? I
So
mean,
I would be interested to talk like to her sons, right? To get a better understanding of her and the
yes,
dad and how
home life.
yeah, and how, how were they raised? What were their teachings? Did they
Yeah.
feel their parents were off in Never Land and
Right.
went,
And
Was
are
this
they going to be like Emma Daybell and displaying kind of the same things as her dad?
oh God, Miss Emma, she's done created a
Just
and
saying.
and it so the defense right now sounds like they're arguing that it's episodic, that she experienced a temporary spiritual delusion.
Mhm.
But the husband swam in the lake till he drowned himself.
Yeah.
Which is
That's not a
delusional.
temporary spiritual delusion unless they were both having it at the same time at the exact same moment for the exact same 1 hour period
Great
of their
call.
life.
Right.
It's
There's
fully
there's
do.
that is
So
way
what?
too coincidental for me to believe that
Yeah,
it's episodic. This was
Well,
systemic.
here's
good
the
call.
exactly. Here's the thing. If they're both, so they both had to be delusional, and like you just stated, they both had to be. If he's out there swimming for Jesus, to that extent where he drowns because he doesn't know when to give up. He had to have given the water just took him right. He literally swam himself to death out there for Jesus, showing his strength. So that means they're both mentally ill now. But what led to that? It's not catching like that. He didn't catch it because he slept with her.
Why was she in a hurry? What was worth throwing her kids off the cart and ramming into walls or, you know,
Commanded by Jesus, told her
throwing
to.
it?
He
What
told her
was
to
the hurry to
sacrifice.
get to the lake? And then what's the difference in a baptism in the lake
Oh, girl,
versus what the hell happened?
I was baptized, not in that lake, but I was baptized many years ago.
All right, shall we keep watching this? Let's see what
Yeah,
other craziness we can run
yeah.
into.
What? It's crazy.
That it is true what I'm telling you. That there is a fish on the boat. He's never taken me to sit with my children under the tree that you created. Please, Lord. And if
Do you guys want to bring her over to that one?
yeah, we'll take
Okay, so we can be closer to the rest of everybody else.
That did seem kind of placating. Like, I'm down here because you asked me to. Now let's get up and let's go take care of business. I could see that.
Here, have us right here. We'll go get your children as soon as they're done. No, I want to go right here.
What are the kids right now? I don't know if they've asked them. Okay. That's it.
They didn't get in the
Is it a state
ambulance.
park? Is it a state park?
Lake Atwood, I think, is the name of it.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Hmm.
Do you remember when Jesus was
I got theories about state parks. Oh, Lord.
He put his arms out and he said, "Forgive them, for they know not
Yeah,
what
you
they
told me
do."
that already.
Yes, they didn't know. They didn't know.
Okay, right.
You are to trust. It's all about trust. It's hard.
Well, why are they all looking down like this? I don't understand the demeanor of the emergency responders.
I think they're just like, come on now, just
They
because it's
know.
she's talking at them. She's not talking to them, which is kind of what happens when they preach to you.
Right. Yep.
They just talk at you with their religious fervor, whatever the hell it's called, the religious
Part of
babble.
it, yeah, part of it is just culture. They understand
Mhm.
clearly either there's a deranged woman standing in front of them on a religious
And using religious talk
thing
to
here,
manipulate.
yeah, and they're just going, they know she's not going to physically jump up attack them, and they're just going to they're going to arrest her here in a minute. Everybody's out. I don't know what's going on, why they're treating her this way. Is it because they're
Mhm.
just simple-minded folks and this is what they do? Small town.
Yeah.
They don't know what to think right now. Let's figure this out. I don't know, but I don't know if the same reaction she would have gotten if they were in the big city. But I don't imagine the Amish being in the big city. So
Look
I'm
at Lori. I mean,
yeah,
nobody, she's like, she had some kind of repellent on her.
Yeah. These
Yeah.
people are probably, this area is probably used to Amish,
Yeah.
and maybe they're treating her in a way that they see her as
In the culture.
just a religious lady. That
Mm.
something happened here. She has snapped, right?
Unwell. Very unwell. Yeah.
Yeah, something's going on, and they're just letting it play out. I don't know.
Mm.
I don't think it's anything more than that, right? Then
All right.
they should have took it more seriously, yeah. But I think they are, but they're not at the same time.
Like they have
Because
their
it does
fillers
things in
out.
mysterious ways. And it's hard. Because we want to just believe our earthly ways. It's hard. Part of you happy. And part of you happy.
What was that? Wait, watch this deputy. What's he doing with his right hand there? What's he doing?
Not letting his left hand know what it's doing.
Watch his right hand here.
Which one?
Part of you happy.
Oh.
What is that?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Stop
later, a
recording.
dive
Oh, he
team
said
found
stop
a
recording.
4-year-old boy not far from the dock that they say Miller threw him from. He was at the bottom of the lake. As for Miller's husband, deputies believe he was disappointed in himself for how he handled the religious tasks they thought God was giving them at the lake, and he decided to swim out to a sandbar in the lake, and that is where he drowned. His body was found the next day, and the sheriff said he did not die in a rescue mission for his son.
I gave him to God.
You gave him to God.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I threw him in the lake.
That's
and I gave him
admitting
to
guilt
God.
right there.
And people are going to tell me I'm crazy, but he is real. And he loves you. He really does.
She is admitting
People are
guilt.
going to tell me I'm crazy.
She
Yeah.
said, I gave my son to God.
Yeah.
She's saying, I gave my son to death. I killed my son.
Yep.
We got to hear that again.
She said that early on, Joe, in that video, that people are going to think I'm crazy, but Lori over there,
Lori
rescue mission.
feared being a lying crazy Mormon. She
God's
despised
going
it.
to exonerate her and Chad soon. Y'all
Oh,
know that. It's coming.
Absolutely. It's the
coming.
same thing.
For his son.
I gave him to God.
You gave him to God.
I gave him to God.
What do you mean by that?
I threw him in the lake, and I gave him to God. And people are going to tell me I'm crazy, but he is real. And he loves you. He really does love you. He loves you.
A grand jury in.
Did you see her son?
But does he love
turn
you?
away when she said that?
Yeah.
Joe, I was watching. Okay, so when I first saw this several weeks back when it happened, I watched it a couple times because I'm trying to analyze and get what's going on here. And I kept trying to watch these boys as much as I could to get their reactions to what was happening. So yeah, good call to watch that.
I threw him in the lake, and I gave him to God. And people are going to tell me I'm crazy, but
Watch
he is
green
real.
shirt.
And he loves you. He really does love you. He loves you.
He turns away and does
A
something.
grand jury indicted Miller on account of aggravated murder and murder for the death of her 4-year-old son. She's also charged with felonious assault in connection to the 4-year-old's death, and she's facing a count of child endangerment for allegedly driving the golf cart into the water with her minor 15-year-old daughter on board. Then she's facing 3 counts of domestic violence for allegedly driving that golf cart with the 15-year-old on board, as well as her 2 twin 18-year-olds on board. She's being held in the county jail. According to WEWS, the Millers attended the Old Order Amish Church. That church has released a statement. They say what Ruth is accused of does not reflect their beliefs, and they say this was the result of mental illness. Joining us
Well, the
now
Church
is
of
retired
Jesus
Judge,
Christ of
Rucker.
Latter-day Saints. They didn't even do that. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints did not issue any kind of statement and at least distance themselves. I'm sorry, I couldn't. It triggered me bad.
No, it's
No,
relevant.
I
It's
get
very
that.
relevant.
But if it doesn't matter whatever form of religion they follow, it's going to come immediately. We don't support this. This is not what we teach. Blah blah
But
blah.
it didn't. It did not happen with Lori and Chad, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I kept waiting.
They wouldn't even acknowledge.
No.
Right, Lori and Chad.
Right.
And Chad. What? Who? Right.
Mm-hmm. Still
Whatever
doing
that,
They wouldn't even acknowledge
the
JJ
victims.
and Taylor's being missing.
They couldn't even use their platform to, share the missing poster.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
And and I guess if it had been played out as more of a religious if mainstream media and everywhere else would have been shouting from the rooftops some religious something, it'd been a different ball game. But no focus was on that. Everybody shied away from that, media wise and things of that nature, in the coverage of because what she did was so horrific. What they did, her and Chad, was horrific. But the cause really wasn't a concern. It's what they did, right? So that, yeah, I think it would have been different if a focus had been placed there, but it just wasn't. So why should they respond to something that was never a focus to start with, right? In their mind. I don't know. I don't know. I find it bizarre.
They tend to be like, if we don't acknowledge it, then it doesn't
Right.
exist.
Exactly. Exactly.
But
My
yet
favorite.
they thrust themselves in the case a couple times by, tainting, in my opinion, the jury pool right there where in Salem, Idaho. And when Lori was in the mental hospital
Hmm.
there
Like,
too.
I could see that because of, different variations that I could see taking effect there. But yeah, I don't know. I think that if more direct accusations had been made to leveled toward the church, right, during that whole thing, then they would have had to come out with a statement at some point, right?
No, they labeled it with it's its own cult, their own offshoot, it's
Yeah,
fringe,
yeah.
extreme. I mean, all the things. Cult leader, cult mom, doomsday dad, doomsday
Doomsday
prophet.
trial,
That's
couple,
all we
yeah.
and I'm like, where's this cult you keep speaking of? Because I don't only see two indictments. Okay.
I know, right?
So where's it at?
What are these other people?
Right.
It takes two to tango, but we're
You
talking a cult. We're what?
Yeah, you don't get to keyword tag it and search engine optimization and yada yada and douse the headlines with uh uh what do you call it? Uh oh my god. Eye-catching, salacious.
Yeah,
Clickbait. Clickbait.
Oh my yeah, that.
clickbait, the famous clickbait. Oh Lord,
Yeah,
it's the
it's crazy.
devil. Clickbait's the devil.
All right. So Atwood Lake is in eastern Ohio. So let's zoom in to where Atwood Lake is. It looks to me like it's a dammed up river.
So Ohio has a lot of Amish, or
Yes.
they known to
Yeah.
have a
Yeah. So if you draw a line from, let's take right here in the West Virginia and just draw it straight across. No, that's too far south. Let's go. Actually, Atwood Lake is a good line. Like if you draw a longitudinal line across Atwood Lake and across Indiana, there are a lot of Amish in northern Indiana and northern Ohio. But they did specifically mention the Amish church. So
yeah, because that's not like a thing around here. Like LDS and Amish, that's not a thing down here in the South.
oh, there are LDS down there. You just
Oh,
don't
I
know
know
your
they're there, Joe. I'm just saying, like, as far as like compounds and um, different, how it's more prevalent there in Idaho and other places and
Fun
Utah.
fact. Fun fact. I got a fun fact for Lake Charles, Louisiana, where I live. The LDS Church has bought two pieces of property,
Right.
one on South Park Road, and I would just pray that they try and build a damn temple there.
Well, they're
South
always going
Park,
to look to
haha, you get
expand,
it.
and move, but the more prominent religions are what you're going to find when you get down here. You know what I'm saying? That's all I mean, is that we don't have large communities like that here.
No. The
You're not going
closest
to, yeah,
temple to me is like an hour and 15 minutes away, which
I
is
couldn't
the
tell you
the
where the closest temple to us would be.
I only know that because I had a Jesus card in my living room while I was
Right.
sleeping. So
I
I
don't
know.
know. I think there's a tiny, tiny Amish community over one of the I'm right next to Alabama, and I can cross the state line like 5 different ways. But one of those ways, I think there's a very tiny Amish community, but they seem to be more modern Amish, if that makes sense.
I hope the LDS build a temple on South Park Drive. That would be amazing.
South Park
Like,
Drive.
Thank you, pun. I was waiting on the
Yes.
pun to pick up.
Matt Parker and Trey Stone would probably come in person for the ribbon cutting.
Right?
I'd be there for that episode.
Oh my god. I mean, plus, we'll have the riots and the strike and all that stuff. So you'd want to be here for that. I'd be
So it
leading the
looks
charge.
like Atwood Lake is like a little tiny river. Like, here's the dam. This is the dam that dams up the lake, and there's a little tiny stream that exits out of it. So they built this huge lake by damming up a little tiny stream, and I have no idea where on this lake this happened. There are lots of places you can drive a golf cart into the lake along this.
Oh yeah, that I don't know if it was like a boat ramp or what the deal was, because there was a boat down there, and his
It was
clothes,
a boat ramp.
the dad's clothes were left laying there next to the boat ramp, I believe.
There's a boat ramp. There's a couple of boat ramps right there.
It's a lake.
This-
It's a lake. I love going to boat ramps, actually. Over here, at least, with the cypress trees and all the moss. Oh my god, I
oh
love it.
yeah, girl, sounds like our rivers.
Yeah.
Yep, get down there in where my daddy's houseboat is at, and that's all you're going to see is that moss and hanging from the trees, and it's all eerie and cool at the same time.
I'm too poor to be a river rat. I want to be. It's like, that's what I want to be. I do.
I'm lucky because my sister owns it now. I guess she still has it. My dad's boathouse out on the Choctawhatchee River, but then my family also has property that we rent up on another river here that we grew up going to, so I can get to the river anytime I want to. So I'm lucky like that.
All right. We only have a few minutes left of this video.
Okay.
I guess we can watch it.
Was malicious in trying to take the lives of her family. I mean, all of those things would go into consideration to determine whether or not the death penalty should or would be imposed. So the idea of her being a mother and Amish and, kind of docile, and assuming she has no prior record, I haven't looked it up. I don't know whether she has a prior record or not, but presuming those things that also made the officer comfortable allowing her to touch him in that instance would also be the things that a three-judge panel perhaps would look at to determine whether or not those aggravating circumstances justify her receiving the death penalty.
One other thing I thought of, and you're the attorney, of course I'm not, like where she's facing 3 domestic violence charges because, so she is accused of driving this golf cart into the water, throwing the 4-year-old in the water, the 4-year-old dies. Then she's accused of driving this golf cart into the water again with her 2 18-year-olds and I believe 15-year-old daughter. They, being older people, are able to get out and they're okay. But at the same time, she's facing domestic violence. I look at that and I think, like, why is that not attempted murder, considering she allegedly murdered?
If you're a 16 or 18-year-old and your mom drives the golf cart into the water, what's going through your mind?
What is
Is
she
she drunk?
doing? Is she drunk? Yeah.
What's going through your mind?
Is mom at it again? Where's dad? What's going on? They probably were more prone to do whatever she asked of them.
Did they jump in and try to do life-saving measures? Did she?
Yeah.
Who called the police?
I don't know if the bystanders that saw her driving erratically called somebody, like the authorities, and then they said, because immediately when she got the little boy in the lake, that's when she turned around and went back and got the other kids. And people doing all this.
She drove 2 golf carts into the water and she escaped both of them.
Oh, God saved her.
There was 2 golf carts. I only knew of one.
Well, how did she get the first one out of the water after a 4-year-old was gone?
No. Yeah, so she didn't drive it into the lake with the 4-year-old. She goes down to the river, lake, whatever, finds her husband's clothes, right? Realizes he's not there. Something's happened. Jesus told her the fish got him in the bottom of the lake and that she needed to sacrifice her son. So she goes back and gets the 4-year-old in the golf cart, puts him in, drives him to the lake, and she drowns him in the lake. And then she gets back in the golf cart and goes back to the motorhome or whatever she was in and got the other kids and then drove into the lake with all of them on board.
Okay, so the
That's
first
my
golf cart,
understanding.
the
That's what
first golf cart with the 4-year-old, if you drive it into the lake far enough for him to drown, you are not backing that golf cart out of the
I
lake.
don't know that she drove, Joe. I don't know that she didn't get
They're saying
out.
only one golf cart.
Yeah, she got out and drowned him in the lake and then got
So she
back.
had to pick him up out of the golf cart and throw him in the lake.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not driving the golf cart in with him somewhere in a seat somewhere, because
No.
you don't get the golf cart out after that. She had to pick him up and throw him into the lake.
Right. She carried him into the lake,
you
Joe, and
imagine?
sacrificed him to,
Oh my God.
is what she
Can
did.
you imagine? Y'all,
Yeah.
let's take a little moment there and oh
Yeah.
my God.
Exactly.
The fear, the terror, the betrayal, the
betrayal.
confusion,
Mm-hmm.
the fear.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh,
Your mother is your protector. That's what you
absolutely.
know.
I've thought about this time and time and time again with Chad, not with Chad, with
Yeah.
Tylee and JJ, just their last moments, and it's I can't even go like I can't even wrap my mind around
Mm-hmm.
the thoughts and the last,
I
even with
can't
my
either
Uncle
know,
Charles, you know.
especially knowing JJ's like his situation. I get that is very, very disturbing, and
It
to me,
is all of it.
Any
It's all
child that,
disturbing.
when you are that little and that young, and in JJ and Tylee's position, and in this little boy's position, and you have had a good mom most of your life. I don't know. I know it was not good for Tylee and JJ in the end there, but if you've had a good mom your life, and many kids find themselves in that situation, that's the same woman now coming to hurt you. That fear that you could imagine, that betrayal, like she said, that
Salty.
feeling.
I used to think that Lori was a good mother the whole time
Yeah.
until I found out that she wasn't. And
Right.
so I don't know. I think there was a lot more sadism, sadistic stuff, kind of like what Ruby and Jody were doing
Yeah.
going on. And it just was so normal for the Cox family, which is the predominant, they were around them more.
Yeah. They
And so
were.
everything is normal to them.
Hmm.
And therefore, that's why Tylee was made out to be like the scapegoat for the whole damn family, it seems.
Yeah.
Or in my opinion.
I
And
agree.
I don't understand. It seems like they never attached to JJ anyways. They always dehumanized him with, oh, kind of like, or similar to
He wasn't
Lisa's
really
drug
one of
baby.
them, right? Okay, let's
Yeah.
just call it what it was.
hmm
It wasn't
It
blood.
is what it is.
Yeah, he
hmm
wasn't blood, so he really wasn't one of them, right?
And don't get me wrong, nobody was their favorite,
Right.
obviously. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't want anybody to get it twisted. It's just the vibes I even got and from afterwards, when the kids were missing and how even Alex on the body cam footage, he said, "Oh, my niece and my sister." And then he threw in JJ. It's just like only when it's convenient and or when they need it to use him
Yeah,
or
exactly.
use somebody, period,
Hmm.
So I
It's
don't know if this woman has sadistic, tendencies or I mean, it seems pretty sick what's going on there to
what
try and
seems.
prove their faith to God.
Yeah, I mean, her and her husband both. You know, she just happened to be the one to take the child. He gave his own
Yeah.
life or whatever, and then she's.
Nah, she admitted it though. So
Yeah.
she is like that. Her goose is cooked.
Oh, definitely.
She
I
can
mean,
try.
I'm saying they both apparently had some form of mental illness. If he's willing to go to his death,
But at the
And then
same
how do you
time,
lose your husband and then
yeah,
go and double down?
yep.
Like, hold on, let's think about that. That's crazy.
it is. But
Not
she claims Jesus
ah.
told her to, though. That's the whole thing. Do
Well,
we believe
did he tell her
that, or do
husband
we?
too? And
So
then she
yeah.
was okay with that loss?
So we have to believe
Oh,
one of two things: either she really believed Her husband just died for Jesus trying to swim, and the big fish got him. And now Jesus said, "Put your baby in the lake." And she said, "Okay." We have to believe that, or we believe she's a cold-blooded, sadistic woman who saw her husband was dead, flipped out, and took it out on her baby and threw him in the lake. End of
Well, look
story.
at Lori.
On.
She looks like this. I mean, in her eyes, Lori looks like she's the model Mormon. Okay.
Yep.
She
Yeah.
thinks that by obedience, she is good. She's in good
She
graces.
was
She
going
tried
to
it
the
with the
temple
Judge
every
Lori brings
Boreski.
a different
single
level. What made
day.
Lori's case different than you're going to find with Jody and Ruby, and with this case and the other cases, Lori Vallow herself, that narcissistic lady with the pretty hair, the blah, 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 Lori, Lori, Lori. We know the story. That makes it different. If Lori Vallow had looked like this lady, would we be talking about Lori Vallow the way we do today?
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, Lori used her
I,
body. She sexualized it. And
yeah,
then, I
it's
mean, you
so,
also in that religion, you can't tell somebody that they're a god or a goddess either,
mm,
but I
yeah,
mean,
they look
especially someone with narcissistic tendencies,
tendencies and behaviors and
hmm
the
scriptural,
sociopath.
what do they call it?
You know,
Scrupulosity.
a
I
lot
don't
of
know.
right.
Scrupulosity.
Religion may have been the catalyst because Lori was going on the fringe. Charles told us that. If you watch and listen to what Charles says in these, and I'm not talking to you, Crusher, because you already know, but for me, I listened to what Charles Vallow said in the body cam footages I can find of him and watched. He tells us what's wrong with his wife. Nobody wanted to listen to that man. They're
It's
still
the
not
weird
listening.
people from Utah
He's
talking about
still not
past
listening.
lives and
Yeah, Charles told everybody what was wrong. She
yep.
thinks. Yeah, I'm.
And
I'm, I'm
he looked crazy.
yes, but we're still
Then
not
listen
talking
to
about
Miss
Charles's
Ruth
claims.
here.
You
But
know,
listen to Miss Ruth here. She says she admits basically how I saw it was when she said that people are going to think I'm crazy. She knew right from wrong right there. That's what that told me.
I agree too.
What do y'all
But
think?
her right is following what her Jesus told her, y'all. That's what you're missing about
Yeah.
that.
No, I get that. I trust
Yeah,
me, I get
yeah,
it.
and right. So I get it. She knew right from wrong, all the things.
Hmm.
But this is a different type of situation. This isn't the mom who suffered from postpartum and lost her shit and unalived the kids in the bathtub. It's not the same. It's
Andrea.
different.
Yeah.
To me, it's a
Yeah.
different thing. And
Is
I
there
don't
malice behind it, you think?
know.
What do you think?
Honestly, do I think that she just unalived her child on purpose because he was bad that day or something, or she flipped out and lost her shit? No. I believe
Okay.
she believes the Lord told her to put that baby in that lake. I
Oh,
honestly
wow.
believe it.
Even after what? Oh my God. Just again, I can put myself there,
Yeah.
somewhat in my mind,
She believes
where
her own
I'm just
bullshit,
watching
like
my
you said about
husband
Lori.
die,
Mm-hmm.
the father of my children, and then go double down.
Yeah.
And uh, how did her fit? I want to know how she perceived her health as failing. I'm not her health,
Or how
her
they
faith
did.
is failing.
Right.
Yeah. Like, what the
It's
hell does that look like?
right. Where's the backstory on that? What
Whoa.
do you mean?
Yeah.
How long has this been going on? And why has no one tried to reach out, or have y'all? And apparently it was both of them, not just the
And we're
wife.
not going to get many answers from the family, maybe because of the culture.
Yeah,
But,
exactly. I can imagine these
hmm,
boys look very confused in the background. I don't know if they,
I can't wait to dig into the church.
yeah, do they know their mom's on the fringe, or mentally ill? Is this just another mom's
Just like
finally
Emma,
lost it?
and I'm telling you that part,
There's a lot to
like
explore.
I
Daybell
I
kids.
I have serious questions, and this does relate to Lori about them being a fringe Amish community because she's driving a golf cart. They have an RV at the lake. These
Mm-hmm.
are not things that Amish people are supposed to do. So, did they slide off the deep end of the Amish religion like Lori
Probably.
Yes,
and
she is.
Chad slid off the
Yeah.
deep end of
Oh,
of
probably.
Mormonism?
Probably, but like you just said, slid off the deep end of Mormonism. They slid off the deep end of the Amish. What about them made them so vulnerable to become on the fringe to where we go to these depths to harm children in our whatever, you know, if we're going to see it over and over with religion in the core. Ruby again, Ruby Frankie. Were you going to pretend religion wasn't a part of that? Whatever that was, Jody was the freaking one the LDS would send you to if you needed to go get some help. Same lady who was chaining
Oh,
kids up in her
oh, I
house.
can talk about that for
I saw the
days. We
video.
got David
Yeah, let's
Hamlin
talk
that does
about it.
it.
Let's talk about religion
Uh,
ain't the problem, and then let's go explore some Jody Hildebrandt bullshit real quick, like.
man, I did watch the recent documentary, and I do want to break it down maybe next week.
Oh, nice, 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 nice.
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
wild.
Yeah, like
All right,
sometimes you
we
gotta
have.
be
And it needs to be talked about.
reminded.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
It
go ahead,
does.
Joe.
It does. Yeah. So we just have a couple minutes of this. This is just a little more back and forth talking about the details of this case, and I think there may be a relevant point or two. There may not be. I could be wrong.
Someone earlier in the day doing that exact same thing.
Yeah, certainly there's an argument, but the question is, how far does the act go to the likelihood of murder? So if she got to the water's edge, or got in the water, but there was no real threat to them because they were able to swim and they were able to unbuckle their seatbelts and get out. I think there was twin 15-year-olds and a 16-year-old, or the other way around. Yeah, domestic violence says no person shall knowingly cause or attempt to cause harm to a family or a household member. So yeah, that certainly qualifies. Would attempted murder apply here? It could, and perhaps they'll consider upgrading charges if they get additional information. But I think they feel that, with the age of the children and the relative risk that was posed to them at the time, that domestic violence as opposed to attempted murder would be the appropriate charge.
And then this lastly, Judge, because then the husband is also dead, and he, on his own, according to law enforcement, was upset with whatever religious, prayer ceremony they were doing, and he decides to go swim. And
Wait, there was a religious prayer / ceremony going on?
Well, him and her apparently were at the lake the day before, right? And they were down there doing something or other. There's reports about them trying to walk on the water. I don't know about that for sure, but he was out there swimming, and he swam and swam and swam for the Lord, but he didn't feel like he accomplished what he was supposed to do. He didn't swim hard enough. That's what prompted him to go back out to the lake, already exhausted, and swim again. And this time he didn't make it back out. And when she goes down there to find him, she finds the clothes next to the lake, and that's when Jesus told her the fish got him, and now go get the baby and put him in.
Yeah, swimming is a lot of work. Like, that's a very aerobic exercise.
Mm-hmm.
What if she put him to the test, kind of too? Maybe she,
Right?
I don't know. Did she taunt him? Did they taunt each other?
Exactly.
I
We don't,
wonder.
can these kids corroborate what we're hearing about their parents? Were they
Yeah.
really down there swimming for Jesus like that? What were these kids
Was
being
he a good swimmer? I mean, I don't laugh at that question,
I
but
saw
I
reports
mean,
that he literally was out there that first time swimming and swimming and swimming to the point of exhaustion. So when he went back out there, he was not already well rested. And I don't
yeah,
know, so this man
that's
apparently,
sad.
I don't, the cops don't think she'd done anything to the man, but I don't know how they can determine that. Did they recover him from the said big fish and figure out there was no foul play? Except
Mm-mm.
the fish swallowed him? I don't know how they determined she didn't unalive that husband. You know what I mean?
Was there a whale in Atwood Lake?
I don't know.
That's what we want.
It could have been, what's that dude's name? Nessie, the Loch Ness
Loch
monster.
Ness,
The
yeah.
Loch Ness? Yeah.
It could have been a really
Hey, we
big
have
pike.
catfish here. We have
Yeah.
a Toledo Bend, which is in Texas, Louisiana border,
Mhm.
and they say, and I mean, I've never wanted to find out. I'm one of those people, we have the darkish water, and so I
Brackish.
will, when I'd go, yeah, brackish, whenever I would get thrown off of or whatever, off the hydro slide
Yes,
or
fast as you
whatever, or jumping off the pylons, pulling a Chad Daybell,
Yeah.
lived,
I
didn't have
know.
a near death experience. What? Well, I would always like waiting on the boat to come back to pick me up. I would put my feet not dangling in the water, but like up on the hydro slide, just up. I did not like them dangling like some little
No,
hooks, you
you don't
know.
know. You can't see what's under that water.
Mm-mm,
And when you
no.
earlier when we were talking about the big fish that got him, okay, when you just said catfish, my
Yeah.
dad my daddy lives to catfish, right? I can show you
Hmm.
photos of huge ass catfish too, so I can see
Yeah.
the catfish gobbling me up down there. And no, thank you. I've always known about it since I was a little girl. I don't even like sticking my. We go fishing a lot. I don't want to stick my hands off in that water because I can't see what's down there. It's about to get
Babe,
me.
how big are the catfish at Lita been?
I bet y'all got. Well,
8 feet?
yeah.
About 8 feet, they would say they
See
could,
down in
they
Texas,
were
it's
bigger
got
than man
yeah.
because of the dam, and I'm like, I don't ever want to square off with any of those
They're
any day.
they're big, and I don't think people get how big a catfish can get and how intimidating those bitches can look too. I mean, it's crazy. I forget what the record here is in Florida, but yeah, they can get massive. So there's other big things down there too. But like the cop said, there's nothing in that lake, ma'am, that could swallow your husband. And I was like, damn,
Amen.
right?
I'll amen that.
Um, so yeah, unless there was, a creature that the Lord placed in there himself, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he
Yeah.
was noodling.
Joe.
And for the record, I will never noodle. I will never stick my fingers in a creek
Mm-mm.
bank
Mm-mm.
or a river bank
No,
looking
sir.
for a catfish to bite my fingers.
No, we don't
No.
fish that way here
Nope.
in Florida for them. They do it different in Louisiana than we do here.
No, that was on TV. I don't know if they do it
Oh,
here, but they're
that
crazy if they do.
yeah, that's not how my daddy catfishes. I'm sorry, but no, we don't. We're not foolish like that.
Yeah, nope. Uh-uh. I'm sticking my fingers in a riverbank so a catfish will bite them. No,
Not today, Satan.
no,
Not
no.
Look,
today.
we were on a boat one time fishing little kids, and my mama hooked a pretty big fish. It got hung on a stump under the black water. So it's deep right there and kind of swift, but we're all my daddy's got four little kids on that boat fishing. What does our mama do? She knew it was a big fish. She said she could tell that was a big fish. She un My mama goes in that water and she goes down there and she gets her shit untangled and she comes back up with that massive fish, and we're like, and me and my sisters were like, are we expected to do that one day? Because we're not doing that.
I'd be too paranoid that I'd get like hooked in the lip or something with somebody flinging
No.
their fishing pole. I'd be
I got a
paranoid.
sister
No.
now that will do it in a heartbeat, and I'm laughing. I sit in the back of the boat and video my sister and brother-in-law and laugh. It's so funny. I love it. Good times. But yeah, Joe,
We have
this is
water
a
moccasins.
crazy story. Ooh, water moccasins here too. Eee,
Oh,
them things will hurt you.
yeah, they will. All right, we got like 2 minutes left on this.
He ends up drowning.
Yeah.
He was not going to, according to law enforcement, trying to save the 4-year-old. This was him on his own, kind of in the same line of thinking, it appears, with what Ruth Miller was thinking. But what charges, I guess, what do you make of the fact that she's not really charged with anything related to him? I mean, he's obviously passed away, so it's not like he could face charges related to this, but it seems like it's just you have her facing charges related to the kids. And
Okay, Mr. Obvious, he's dead, so he can't face charges. Thank you for that observation.
It's like Alex. It's like Alex, He would have been charged if he had been alive.
If
Well,
he's
I'm like,
here.
he's
Yeah,
damned. Unless he
the
pulls up
husband, he is
AI,
just dead.
Alex.
right.
Yeah.
Oh
Lord,
my
I don't
God.
know what
AI.
charges
We ain't doing
she
that.
could have faced for his death unless she encouraged him or advised him, and she had such control over him that would cause him to do that. We've seen those in cases where people have relationships and the person they're in a relationship with encourages them to commit suicide, and they do, and the person gets charged. I mean, we see that, but those are some extreme cases of incredible influence that is being exerted over the person who actually.
Right, that makes sense. Like if you have extreme influence over a person and you encourage them to unalive themselves, like you could
Who
face charges for that, but you would have to have like direct evidence of that. You couldn't even have circumstantial evidence. You would have to have direct evidence that somebody was standing out there on the lake near them And somebody said in chat a while ago that other members of their religious community were out there at the lake that day. But you would have to
Wow.
have them observing her telling him, you need to go and swim for Jesus, or whatever it was that he was swimming for.
Did anybody else fail? I mean, oh my God, what do they consider failing?
Yeah, right.
He does take their own lives. I don't know that that's what's been established here by the facts of the investigation. It seemed like, he didn't know how to handle his marriage and the fanaticism that his spouse showed by her actions and her practices. And perhaps there was some mental health issues that this husband also experienced, that he wasn't in a position to try to save his family, as opposed to just try to run away. But I don't know what charges would be appropriate against the wife. And at this point, what she is facing with what she's already admitted to on camera, what greater penalty would even be effective for the husband being encouraged to go swimming under those circumstances, unless there's proof that she did something to him, which caused him to be unable to swim. I think there was actually conversation, a Jonah type thing, where they were going to get swallowed by a large fish, and that this was the design and the plan for that to happen. And they, of course, found the 4-year-old and the husband at the bottom of the lake, having drowned.
Yeah, just an incredibly tragic story, and we'll see how the court proceedings now play out. Retired Judge Fernand Rucker, always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
All right. That's a story we're going to keep an eye on.
Yeah, she's only 40 years old.
Yeah, and he was only 45.
It's like the member of the Holmes County Amish community is the name of the community. 4 children. It's crazy.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh no, it's just crazy. It's wild.
Like if the husband had just swam off into the lake, and for the second time, after trying the first time and that wasn't enough, and he had to go do it a second time, and he ended up at the bottom of the lake, I'm like, that's one thing. But her and the 4-year-old is a completely different other thing. And it boggles my mind. Like, I don't understand why. I don't understand her interactions with law enforcement and the paramedics. It's mind-boggling to me.
I'm reading a thing right now on the background, okay, and it says mental health. She had been struggling with mental health issues. Her family and church stated that her actions were a result of mental illness and did not reflect their teachings. She has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. What that makes me think of is the people that I've researched in and around Lori and Chad. They say, oh no, I'm not, don't look into multiple mortal probations. They give themselves away kind of by saying that. And so that's exactly where I went, was multiple mortal probations and all the so-called fringe doctrines that they were looking at. So for just the way it reads right there, where it says that her family, who probably go to the same church, and church stated that her actions were a result of mental illness. Now think about Lori's family. What do they say about Lori? They say it has nothing to do with the church, and it's just her delusions. Her and Chad, old crazy Chad and Lori, and their fringe beliefs.
Okay,
So to me,
what
I
about?
want to go look at the church. Why were there other people at that church, other members? I mean, at that lake. So I'm going to the church is where I'm going.
Yeah.
And it ain't to sign up.
Exactly. It's like I've
You
always.
can't say it's mental illness if there's other people doing it.
Exactly.
Even just her husband. If even just her husband goes and does something nuts, like swimming through the lake twice until he drowns to death.
Yep.
That's not normal. So you can't just say it's her mental illness.
No.
This is all attributable to.
Thank you.
It's obviously mental illness, but it's
not
like, no, if it wasn't a group project, then
Exactly.
a religious ceremony, where a kid was sacrificed and a husband was sacrificed.
But was
Mm-mm.
I like 12 years old when the Jonestown stuff happened, where don't drink the Kool-Aid, and don't eat the
Mm.
Jello and things like that. Don't
Eh,
form up. The Jonestown
And
massacre, was it? What's his name?
yeah,
Uh, where everybody unalive themselves
yeah,
and
it was actually Flavor Aid, and Kool-Aid got
yes,
the rap for it. And I'm like, oh wow,
yeah.
crazy. It just doesn't ring like Kool-Aid does,
And
though,
then you have
right?
to look over there at David Koresh over in Waco, Texas.
Ruby Ridge, I think
Ruby
that was a big
Ridge.
thing in
Ruby Ridge
Idaho.
was a big thing. I have looked at all. I was alive during all that stuff, right? So if you know, you
Jeffrey
know.
Lundgren,
Hmm.
Jeffrey Lundgren was over in Ohio too,
And I'm telling you, there was a
I
time that
think.
this stuff was looked at, it was talked about, and then all of a sudden, it was like America wasn't ready for all that. Almost,
Hmm.
especially with the government fringe type groups, they were starting to
Well, there you go.
comfortable, and everybody's like, "Oh no, this is scary. We cannot hear about this." And then the next thing you know, it's in your face, and people are like, "Oh my god, what happened? Where'd this come from?" It's been brewing for decades.
Truth be told, though, truth be told, and this is where my research brought me, which is that usually when you have these cult-like um, groups or whatever, this with this kind of extreme violence,
Hmm.
it's usually a front. I know it sounds crazy. I know, but if you look at the front of like behind Lori and Chad,
Hmm.
behind Ruby and Jody, behind David Hamblin and Tim Ballard, behind David Levitt, it's this big circle. And I mean, even the Bountiful case, even the all these other cases that are have been lingering out here for decades, um, unaddressed, unadjudicated, no justice. Okay, that it's a front for something so much more dark and so much more sinister going on in the background. Look at Tom Harrison. He's a therapist. He's involved in every one of these cases I just mentioned. And they were practicing doing astral projection and remote viewing is what that is. So it's a front for an operation going on in the background. And they're all involved with the CIA, in my
Well,
opinion.
it could be that. I mean, look, there's a lot of things our government knows that we're not supposed to know about.
Oh God, yeah.
That they
Hmm.
absolutely know about, and they're hoping you don't know, get privy to those
Tim
things.
Ballard
They know
served in the
about,
White House, you know. I mean,
and they
he
may be
served.
hush hush. I don't know if it goes.
Hmm.
Look, we're
It
gonna
does.
always fight Big Brother. We're always gonna fight to the top of the man. How far does the corruption go, and all the things. And look, for years and for decades, the Southern Baptist Convention had a stronghold on the Republican Party, right? Whatever they said
Mhm.
goes was the gospel. Boom, we have religious Republicans everywhere. They don't have that same
Yeah.
clout anymore, right? They
Oh
don't.
yeah. It's weird.
We were the Bible Belt. There was
And
Southern
then
Baptist.
you get into
It was a
politics, and
big
people are like, "I don't
deal,
want you to
you
talk.
know. Yeah,
I
well,
don't want
it's
to talk
so
about politics." And I'm like,
well,
"It's the world we live in, man."
but we have also separation of church and state, right?
Allegedly,
The government doesn't
not in
go up.
Utah.
I'm just saying anywhere really. We don't go up against the
Yeah.
religion. So do I tackle what the government does with their religion? Do I even freaking care? Because the government's doing so much I don't care about, that I should care about, that I don't want to care about, right? So, or am I just going to focus on why these people become so religiously on the fringe? What is it about those teachings that dominate that factor? That's what I'm that's what I can't figure out yet. If that's even a
Mhm.
thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It appears to be
Uh,
like from the 90s and watching many, many documentaries in these types of cases. I'm forming my own opinion from research, and I suggest everybody do their own. But
yeah. Well, Kelly J. Tim Ballard served in the White House in what way? Okay, so I pulled it up. The founder of human trafficking organization, Operation Underground Railroad. He founded that. Was appointed by Donald Trump to serve on the Public-Private Partnership Advisory Council to end human trafficking. He was
Yeah.
also a former advisor to Ivanka Trump on the issue of child sex trafficking. The advisory council was established to provide recommendations to the federal government on strategies to combat human trafficking. Ballard's involvement with the administration stemmed from his background as a former Department of Homeland Security special agent and his work with Operation Underground Railroad. But he also said that he worked for the CIA, but turned out he was just an intern. And he's just a big fat liar. So, in my opinion,
Yeah.
allegedly.
Anybody, in my opinion, involved in politics is going to be a big fat liar. But
He
that's
blocked
why.
me on Twitter.
Oh, I don't. Oh, Lord. No,
Winning.
I don't. I can't. No, I'd rather focus my attention on what happens with these people. What's going on here. Like you said, was there a little
He's
cult
part
born
of
down
it.
there at the river? I mean, what was going on at the lake with other
Right.
people around? So
What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, Joe.
Imagine Ivanka,
Oh,
a
No.
Russian bride of a millionaire, coming to the U.S. and working with Tim Ballard. Like that.
I wanna vomit. I'm just kidding.
I want to think it wouldn't matter because I got a bunch of money. I don't know.
It's so sad. All those situations with all those popular people. Just say popular.
Yeah, popular people. Money talks and bullshit
Ego
walks.
inflated.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
I just turn my head. We all got money up here.
All
Oh
right.
yeah. Keep it. I don't want to sell my soul. I'm good.
So
You already did. Kresha, you already sold
No.
people. Don't lie.
No. No.
Selling souls
Did
and
not.
stuff now. No.
I'd have to have something to show for it, and I don't. So there's proof.
You
I'm
for
poor. I
free.
live in a rental mobile home. You know,
You ain't getting my
same
soul
one.
for free, man.
Okay. So serious question for you, Kresha. So I have JJ's thing here with me.
Yeah.
And I've been hesitating to send it to you because the worst case scenario is that our freaking postal service or UPS or FedEx screws up the delivery and loses it. So I was hoping to hand deliver it, but if you would like me to, I will send it to you.
I think that we should maybe do a FedEx or something.
Okay, I will.
I'll even pay for it. Just I don't care. I can't believe y'all. Just so you know what Joe's talking about. Whenever we went to Arizona for Lori's sentencing hearing, so I brought JJ with me. Right, I have him in my mom got me a crucifix. But it's got a real manly or male feeling looking chain, and it's very manly. And so I just wouldn't wear it that often. And plus, the cross was super bulky, heavy, And anyways, so I brought JJ with us to Arizona. And so whenever I went to visit Joe at his B&B and Trace and Caitlin, and I pulled my necklace out with a little bit of JJ's remains in it, right? He was cremated. And so I handed it to Joe and Trace, Trace and then Joe, and then I forgot him.
Oh, no.
So I've been kicking my own ass, and I'm about to cry anyways. I just can't believe I did that. And I really, because
All right. Well,
I mean,
you got
just to
my
add insult to
number.
injury, insult to injury is, we're coming up on the 6-year anniversary for him on the 22nd or the 23rd.
Okay.
We don't know.
You got my number, so DM me your mailing address, and I will get it to him to you before the anniversary.
Little certified mail situation.
Yep.
I think so. Just insurance track it, And
Yep.
My little man.
Honestly, it should be fine as long as you guys do it that way. You should be good to go, and it shouldn't even take long to get to her.
And thank you, Joe. I just thank you for taking care of him. It's so crazy to talk.
You know
like
he
this.
would,
It's weird.
Girl. Yeah, you couldn't. Have left him in any
I
better.
could have left it with a
right.
That That's what I was
So
gonna say.
there you go. Sometimes things were meant to be. You
Yeah,
like in that
he wanted to
moment.
hang out with you, Joe.
Yeah. You in that moment needed that. And so yeah. Okay.
I just love to be able to share them though, and
Yeah.
it makes it real
Yeah.
because
Hmm.
here, hold some of his ashes, here.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, it made it real for me too, and I really, really appreciate the time that we've had. And
I'm glad. And
he's been with
Charlie,
Charlie's. He's been right next to Charlie's ashes the whole time.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
He loved his dog, and so I know he loved yours too.
Yep.
They're running and
Anyways, that's
frolicking.
enough of that.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
They're
Yep.
running and
Yeah,
frolicking right now. They don't know what you two are talking about, but they're having a
I'm
great time.
backstroking. I'm
Yeah.
backstroking now. Enough of that
Yeah. They're
shit.
having a great time.
Gotta go mow grass.
All righty.
Thank y'all.
So I'm gonna switch to my CrimeCon recap. So if you want to hang, you can hang. If you need to go cut grass, you can go cut grass. In
I'm a
Indiana,
mow
we call
grass and
it.
listen.
If you want to, in Indiana, we call it mowing the lawn. But
I'm going to cut the damn grass
We call it
again.
grass. It's
all
Go
cutting.
and
righty.
exercise.
Yeah, we cut grass.
Thank y'all for having me on, and
Thank you for coming.
yeah, we're gonna follow up on that story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we are.
definitely. It was awesome to talk to you too,
Yeah.
and just everybody here. And I will see y'all tomorrow for the Sunday live stream. We'll talk about the latest letter from Doofus
Oh Lordy.
over there in Idaho. Prison letters from
Yeah.
Chad.
Oh my gosh.
And we'll talk about Lori and her little hearing where she got more attention. But we're gonna give it to her. She asked for it, we're gonna give it to her.
Right.
She gotta work her jelly. She's working it real
Earn
hard
it. We're
too,
gonna make
y'all.
Lori work for it. Okay.
Oh, and Carolina says in California we call it doing the yard. That is so different. I've never
Yeah.
heard that. I'm
Doing the
going
yard.
doing the yard. All right, y'all. Love always wins.
All
See
right.
y'all
Yes,
later.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Love
Bye,
always
Precious.
wins.
Bye.
Oh, she's awesome.
She is.
Love her. All right.
Okay. Now we got CrimeCon stuff. So I got to take a deep breath because you know what? CrimeCon was different, but was the same as what we were just discussing. Because there were the families of the victims, which are also victims in their own right, at CrimeCon, and they actually have formed a very nice bond for the most part with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of CrimeCon was about that bonding and that support for the victims of true crime. It wasn't just about like we're all keyboard detectives and we're all going to solve true crime together. It wasn't about that.
No.
It wasn't. I mean, that's part of it. And I learned a lot. I went to the Othram session and I learned a lot about IGG at the Othram session. And that was amazing. But it wasn't just about like solving true crime. It wasn't just about people like being a spectacle at an event. That's not what it was about. So I appreciated that about true crime, about CrimeCon.
Yeah.
All right. So here's my photo montage. And when you make a photo montage on CapCut, they like do a default of 5 seconds per picture, and I probably should have picked like 10 or 15 seconds. So I'm gonna have to stop and talk like for every single picture, because otherwise this will go by in like 2 minutes. And
Joe, while you're viewing the pictures, I'm going to be on mute but listening. I got to run down to the store really quick. My kiddo's going to leave in a minute, and I need to go before he leaves. So it won't take me a minute.
Okay.
I'll be listening. I'll be listening in the truck or in my phone. I'll be right back,
all
guys.
right.
Okay.
I've got stories. So if
I haven't
you have
seen
questions,
this, so go ahead. Here, let me jump down actually, and I'll come back when I get back in a minute. But I'm going to have you on my phone while watching and listening with your pictures here.
Okay, I'll listen for your bloop to come back in.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be
Bloop,
back
bloop.
in a few minutes. Thanks.
And if you in chat have questions for me about CrimeCon, then put them here. But I'm telling you right now, CrimeCon was a much better experience than I anticipated it would be. Like I waited until the last second to buy a ticket, and I'm so glad I did.
Well, I haven't seen your pictures, so I'm excited to see what you got here. But I'll be back on in just a minute. I'll be watching.
All right.
All right, bye.
See you in a bit. Okay, so this is shelter number 13. You see the 1-3 at the top. Well, part of the 1-3 at the top. So I told you, you who follow me, already know that when I left the house on Thursday morning. So CrimeCon doesn't technically start until September 5th, but September 4th, the evening, there is a party that night. Wow, that's weird. Look at that. That's weird. I have like a close-up picture on the left. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that. There we go. That's better. So I left the house at 3:15-ish on September 4th, which was a day before the official start of CrimeCon. But that night, the evening of September 4th, there was a welcome party that was not an official CrimeCon event, but was an official CrimeCon event that you could buy a ticket to for, I think it was like $35, which I did. So when I left the house, and I should have taken a picture, like I'm going to have to remember to take more pictures, but when you get pulled over by a local police officer at 3:15 in the morning, you taking pictures of the traffic stop is not on the top of your brain. No, wasn't on the top of my brain. But so I realized after the fact that I have driven out to Phoenix and back twice to cover Lori Daybell's hearings and to cover Kerr County, Texas, and to cover Hooker, Oklahoma, which I didn't know I was going to be covering at the time. But that's 2,000 miles average each way, 1,800 miles one way, 2,200 miles the other way, 8,000 miles I traveled across this country in 7 months. Never a single law enforcement contact. And then I go to leave for CrimeCon and I get pulled over 4.5 blocks away from my house. Literally, he said I ran a stop sign. I may have ruled it. I don't remember. I don't think he was close enough to see, like in a court of law, if I had fought it, could I have won? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? There wasn't evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll tell you that. But he pulled me over 4.5 blocks from my house after traveling 8,000 miles across the country, back and forth and back and forth. That was the start of my CrimeCon experience. And it wasn't the favorite start of my CrimeCon experience. I hope the start of next year's CrimeCon experience goes a little bit better. But he didn't issue me even a warning ticket or even a warning or a ticket. He let me go. He's like, everything checks out. You're good. Take off. I took off. So I decided to park in the economy parking lot at the Indianapolis International Airport. It's $9 a day. So when I left, it was $36 after 4 days. So leaving at 3:00 in the morning on Thursday, I got back on at 1:00 in the morning on Monday. So that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I was gone for almost a full 24, 48, 96 hours to CrimeCon. That's not a bad parking rate. $36 for 4 days. Anyway, so this is the shuttle shelter that was the closest one to my parking spot. And you can't see it because I took a bad picture, but that's shuttle number 13. And when I came back from CrimeCon and I took the shuttle back to the economy parking lot, I couldn't find this picture. So I literally took a picture of this when I'm leaving so I would remember that that's the shelter that I should be dropped off at. And I couldn't find this picture in my phone anywhere because I took the picture on my iPhone, and iPhones organize pictures by most popular or something really stupid. And this picture didn't show up. I'm like, I took this picture on September 4th, like at 4:30-ish in the morning on September 4th. And now I can't find it. I don't know what shelter I am supposed to be dropped off on. But then when he dropped me off, I was like, September shelter number 13 seems like the right shelter for me. So I got off at the shelter and it was the right one. And I walked along the rows of the cars and it was like, I don't see my car. There's cars everywhere. There's cars to the left. There's cars to the right. There's cars to the north, to the south. I don't see my car. So I got out my car key and I'm like, bloop, bloop. And I hit the little alarm button and it was literally right across the street from me. And all is good. All is well. I found my car. I found my shelter. I didn't have to walk that far. But we shall continue with this because the next part, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So after I dropped off my car in that area that I found later, I went to the Indianapolis International Airport through the TSA pre-check line. You have to go through Gate A to go through TSA pre-check. They don't have TSA pre-check through Gate B. So I have to go through Gate A and then go all the way around and walk to Gate B and then go all the way down to the end because that's where the southwest gates are. All right. I'm going to check chat just for a second, just because that's good form. Close out that tab. Holy cow, I'm really far behind. How does YouTube get so far behind? Lin Jen, are you coming to CrimeCon? Are you coming to CrimeCon 2026? Tell me that's a thing. That would be awesome. Chat is going on all along. Oh, yeah. Carolina, love always wins. Thank you, Kresha, for coming on. Thank you for Salty for joining me too. Why is this like StreamYard picture options so weird? I don't get it. I think that's as good as I get. What if we go like this? That didn't work. All right. Oh, that would be cool, Lin Jin. It is an amazing experience. I'm not going to lie. There were 7,500 of us in Denver, and it was way better than I thought it would be. All right, let's keep going. So this is all the way end of the B section of gates. So you have B1 through 24. And like B1 through 6 are to the left, and then B7 through 24 are to the right. You go all the way to the end. Gate B22 is where I was headed, but you see this little bar right here. Charlie and I used to hang out in that bar. Obviously not at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. Bar doesn't open even until like 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock. But when we were waiting for our flights and they were open, we would hang out here and he would sit at my feet at one of these tables. And this was my first time flying out of Indy without him in a long, long time. So it was tough. I mean, he knew when I was having a PTSD anxiety attack coming up, and he would always come and he would always alleviate that, and I didn't have him for this. I'm fine. So I had some anxiety, but I dealt with it. We got through it. I got through it. Southwest has upgraded their airplanes and they have downgraded their prices. So if you booked on Southwest lately, you'll notice that their prices are a little higher than they used to be, and they also charge for checked bags now, which I didn't know before I checked my bag for this flight, by the way. I went to go check my bag and it said $35, and I'm like, what? You've never charged me for a check bag in my life, Southwest Airlines, and now you're charging me $35. All right, fair enough. We will consider that in the future. But they also, so they have mood lighting. Call it mood lighting if you want. They can change the color of the lights in the cabin. So what? Is that worth $35 to me as one of 172 passengers on this flight? I don't think so. They do have USB charging stations in the back of the seats that are in front of you. That was handy because I used to have to shut off, especially if you have a Samsung like Galaxy 22 or lower. They burn through their batteries in a hurry. Like you can go from 95% to 25% on a flight, on any given flight. So that's a pretty handy thing, right? Thank you, Lin Jin. I appreciate that. That's what Charlie was there for me for. Charlie was there for me, just for me as a human being. But especially he could detect my PTSD anxiety. So thank you, Lin Jin. I appreciate those good thoughts. They do have lots of volunteers at CrimeCon, Spencer. Hold on, I got to get to StreamYard so I can like highlight some of these comments. Boop, 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 boop. This from Lin Jin. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And this from Spencer, volunteer at CrimeCon. So there were people at CrimeCon that had on volunteer t-shirts, and they were very helpful whenever I had an interaction with a volunteer. But I was like, CrimeCon charged me a good deal of money to attend this event. Why do they need volunteers? Like literally, why does somebody who charges thousands and thousands of dollars for people to attend their event need quote unquote volunteers that aren't paid? Oh, well, that's their choice. Yeah, Kelly J. Charlie was my BFF. I'll see if I can find some pictures at the end of this. Well, my outro is a bunch of pictures of Charlie. So we can do that. We can do the outro. Just Kelly J, stick around until the outro, till I'm done with the Crime Con summary. And then you will see pictures of Charlie and videos of Charlie. He was my BFF for almost 13 years. He fell in my lap as an accident, and he turned out to be the best thing that happened to me in a long time. And he crossed the Rainbow Bridge on July 25th, 2024. And I struggled with it for a long time. I'm still struggling. You can tell I'm still struggling with it. But he inspired me to start my channel, Joe Schmoe. And so it's not all bad. I'm still trying to help find justice for victims. Abby and Libby at first, JJ and Tylee and Charles, and now London Valdez. Okay. Let's keep going. Where were we at? All right. That's the USB ports in the back of the seat in front of you. This is the moving walkway. Once you land and you're going to baggage claim or you're going to your next gateway, you can ride the moving walkway. If you're just standing there like I was and not like walking fast, you slide off to the right and you let people who are moving faster than you pass you on the left. Charlie always had a problem with that because he always wanted to be on my left side, which I never taught him. He just knew naturally is the correct side for a service animal. They're supposed to be on your left side always, and he always was on my left side. So I would have to move him over to get out of the way of the people who were moving past us, who were going faster than us. And he was also blind. So Charlie was a blind service animal. Yes, I was his seeing eye person. He was scared of escalators, and he was scared of these moving like walking belts. So I would have to like nudge him to get on. But when we got to the end of them, he always knew to jump off. Like he would jump off with perfect timing every time. I don't know how he knew to do it, but it was adorable. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Carolina. Yeah, that's tough, especially when you try and do CPR. So I bought my son and his daughter a corgi when they first got married. And his name is Louie. And you can see him in some of our pictures if I share all of our pictures. But he chewed through an electrical cord one time. And I almost had to do CPR on him. Luckily, I was able to revive him without CPR. But he pissed himself, and like I would do if I chewed through an electrical cord. And he had spasms. It was a tough time. He was a young one too when he did that. Oh gosh, 11 years. Charlie was with me for almost 13. All right, we're going to keep going. Let me find this. So this is the moving walkway in the airport. Here is Denver Airport. Not a very interesting picture, but kind of funny. That's what they have in the middle of their middle of everything. And so I did a live the night before. The morning of. I did a live the morning of. And then go to CrimeCon. And it took me a little bit of effort to get this badge and this brochure, because when I registered for CrimeCon 2025, and believe me, I've changed my methods for 2026, I registered as Joe Schmoe, which isn't the legal name on my valid government ID. Like, my valid government ID doesn't say Joe Schmoe. And actually, it doesn't have the address that I put, because the address that I put on when I bought my ticket to CrimeCon was different than the address that I have right now, and different than the address that's on my government ID. So when I showed up to CrimeCon, they were like, we got a problem here. Your legal name isn't Joe Schmoe. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. So, and they're like, your legal address isn't the address listed on your ticket. I'm like, yeah, I know that. And they're like, yeah, we got a problem. But I went to customer service and they were fantastic, and they got it fixed literally within like 5 minutes. So then I got my badge, then I got my brochure, then I got all of the things CrimeCon, and we were all good. Oh, yeah. Denver Airport is large. I hate going there. I actually like Denver Airport. I've had lots of layovers there, like in the 3 to 4 hour range. And it's so large that it has restaurants that you can go hang out in a restaurant for like 3 hours while you're waiting for your next flight. So that's why I like Denver Airport, but I can understand why it would be not so nice for some people. It is huge, multiple levels, multiple floors. Got to take shuttles to your baggage claim. You got to take shuttles to different gates. Like, you can't just walk from point A to point B if your gate is in a different area. Yeah, Lingen Airport, Atlanta Airport is insane. It's been a minute or two since I've been there, but Hartsfield Airport is insane. I think they're in the top 2 or 3 of traffic in the entire U.S. Hartsfield. Yeah, that's an insane one. Why is this doing this? I don't know why my camera is doing this. I'm going to play with it for a minute. That's what she said. All right. Let's go to the next thing in CrimeCon 2025. Okay, so the first night was the welcome party, whatever you want to call it. I don't remember what they called it. It's like a welcome party. So you can see already the line is stacking up. There were 7,500-ish people at CrimeCon. Not all of them signed up for the welcome party, but there were a lot of people at the welcome party. And I take horrible selfies. So I met Ms. Woozy earlier in the day. She found my Braves jersey. Okay, let's talk about the Braves jerseys for just a minute. Because I was the only one there in Braves jerseys, which is great. But I also have custom Braves jerseys. Hold on, I got to make sure we're seeing this right on StreamYard. Here we go. So this was Braves jersey number 1. Joe Schmoe 88. I wore that on Thursday, and I wore it again on Saturday because I only have two. That was the white jersey, and then I have the blue jersey also with Joe Schmoe 88 on the background. And that was actually a fantastic idea because that's how Josh Ritter found me. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Here we go. All right. And so most of you didn't get to see that. I think all of you probably didn't get to see that I had my name, Joe Schmoe 88, on the back of my jersey. And that's how Ms. Woozy found me. She saw my Braves jersey on Thursday. Yeah, it was when we were coming in there. Okay. So here we go. Let's keep going with the pictures. This is still Thursday. This is going into the event. Lots and lots of people. Okay, so we're in the event now. We get our little armbands that recognize that we're over the age of 21 and we can purchase alcohol legally. Up there on the stage to the left in front of that fireplace, there's a live band that's going to play. I don't think they're playing right this second. It doesn't look like they're playing. And there is me and Vinny Politan. Hello, Vinny. He was such an amazing guy. Like, for real, like so down to earth, like just talking to everybody like an everyday man, not being like stuck up or snobbish or discounting anybody, like talk to everybody, engaged with everybody on a very real level. So I appreciated that. And because he's a Mets fan, we talked baseball for a minute or two. And Jonesy from his Tangent podcast was just like right in front of this. And actually, Jonesy and I talked baseball for way longer than Vinny and I talked baseball on Thursday. Yes. Yeah. Yes, he did. Spinster. And we're going to watch that in a second. Actually, I hope he doesn't copyright strike me. We're going to watch the shout out that Vinny gave to me because we may actually watch that now. Because it was really cool. And I also need to take a break for a minute. So I ran into him, not coincidentally, because he was engaging with the public on Thursday night. But then on Friday, Ms. Woozy and I are like going up the stairs from the main bar area at night. I don't know, maybe around midnight-ish. And Vinny and his Tangent podcast guys, Al and Jonesy, are coming up the stairs to our right, and we run into each other and we talk baseball again. And then, so that was Friday night. And then Saturday night, this is a real story. We run into each other again, just like at the end of the night. We're all going to wherever our rooms are. And I had a hotel that was like a $10 Uber drive away. I think he and Alan Jonesy were staying there at the resort. We've run into each other again, and I'm like, Vinny, I'm covering this case in Oklahoma, and I really want to have a serious discussion about this with you. I don't want to just talk baseball. So he says, come to my booth tomorrow morning. That's Sunday. That's the last day of Crime Con. Why is my camera like this? Like, this is stupid. This is silly. Why is my camera like this? He says, come to my booth tomorrow morning. That's Sunday morning, last day of Crime Con. Come early, and I'll have a little chat with you about it. So I did and he did. I was actually at his booth before he was. And then I talked to Jonesy and I'm like, when are you guys going to be there? He's like, we'll be there at 9:00. I was there at like 9:00 sharp. They were a couple minutes late, which is completely excusable for somebody who has a booth in the expo hall. And Vinny talked to me for a good 10 minutes, maybe 15, about the London Valdez case that I'm covering in Oklahoma. And that was amazing. That was awesome. Let's see where we're at. I'm going to check chat real quick, guys. I'm behind in chat. Yeah, so baseball was... All right, I'm going to disconnect my camera for a second, and then I'm going to reconnect it because I can't stand the way it's like doing this stuff right now. So hang with me for just a second. Disconnect. Your browser has lost connection to your camera. All right, reconnect. And blue light flashing, green light solid. I don't think my camera is going to cooperate today. I may switch to my desktop camera. We'll see how that goes. That's actually not bad. Let's tilt it down just a shade. Just a shade. Just a shade. Just a hair down. That's better. See, isn't that camera better? I don't know what was going on. All right. Lin Jin, when am I going to do another update on London? When we get one. So the OSBI, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation, is in charge of the case of London Valdez, the death investigation of London Valdez in Oklahoma. The prosecutor's office has deferred to the OSBI. So we're all waiting for the OSBI at this point. Supposedly, one of the state senators has been in contact with the OSBI to find out what's going on. But there are no updates from the family yet. So this is news. I do plan on making a return trip to Oklahoma. So the first time through was just accidental. That was on my way back from Phoenix to Indiana. My second time through is not going to be accidental, and we're going to have some things to show. So, the camera's still not quite right. That's better. There we go. All right. I'm going to play a clip from Vinny's CrimeCon recap, where he does mention Joe Schmoe. And keep an eye out past like the first few seconds of this. Come on. You're seriously going to do this to me, YouTube, now? All right. Hold on. Because after the first few seconds of this, like 30 seconds in, the same picture that I just showed you of me with Vinny, he shows on his channel too. Give me a few seconds. Nope. All right, here we go. CrimeCon photo montage. Here we go. This is Vinny Politan on his CrimeCon podcast, CrimeCon recap podcast, going in boop, bloop, 3, 2, 1. Wait, turn the volume on.
Who was there as well? The only one missing there was Matt.
May I say that they were wonderful, and sometimes when you guys were engaged with other folks that you knew there, they kind of like looked after me, like took me under their wing, like bought me drinks and stuff like that, kept me company. But beyond that, like I was touched at how passionate they are about broadcasting, which is something that I thought was gone. And I just was really impressed with all of them. They were like such a wonderful crew.
Here's our friend Joe Schmoe, who we met out there, who knows, I think he knows that we three are Mets fans who are absolutely suffering.
He followed us around with a Braves shirt all the time.
He had a different Braves jersey, and he got on, I think he was on the TV show when he's live. If you look at some of the photos, he's always got the Braves shirt on. Thanks so much, Joe. Joe, awesome guy. Check out his podcast, the Joe Schmoe podcast. He was telling me about a story that he's covering that we've got to put more light on and give a little more oxygen to. It's a tragic story, but it's a story that needs much more attention because there may be something rotten in Denmark happening. It's not from Denmark. I think it's from Oklahoma. But there may be something horrible happening. And Joe Schmoe says, I'll take a Braves jersey over Vinny's shoulder for $1,000, Alex. Yeah, he kept popping up with the Braves jersey.
He strategically placed himself. I watched your show, your live show from the hotel room. So I saw it from the television perspective. And he strategically stood behind you with his Braves shirt. So he would be seen on camera.
All right, we got some more photos. We're going to roll through. This is from during the live show, me talking to the audience, warming up the crowd. This is me with some folks that we met.
Oh, my.
And this is me with, she was wonderful. I interviewed a bunch of people. Not everybody made the air, but because I don't edit everything in limited time, but she was hilarious. There's another shot. I don't see Joe Schmoe in this one, but this is us. And what's interesting, I want to point out the people here. So on the show, we had Mike King, the Profiling Evil podcast. Mike King from Utah, a great friend of mine. Met him out in Park City when I went to Sundance. Just a really smart, great human being. And then to his right, is from the Prosecutors podcast. And he's an actual sitting federal prosecutor. So he gave us a great perspective on the story as well. Another one of our fans. This was one of our ticket winners to the show. So that was amazing. And a lot of these pictures we took, I think, off of Ashley took off of social media, people posting.
I'm going to pause that for a second. He shows me in a minute or two. It's the same picture we just saw, but I thought that was pretty funny. And the fact that we were all baseball fans was a connection and a way to connect with somebody else, with another creator. So he's got his Tangents podcast with Al and Jonesy, but he's also on Court TV, and I was on Court TV. Like, I had my first appearance on Court TV. And they mentioned it on there, which is pretty funny. Oh, wow. Yeah. And he really was like a good guy. Like so he's from New York, which is why he's a Mets fan. And bless his heart. Isn't that what you say in the South? Bless his heart. He lives in Atlanta now. And his son's little league coach was actually Mark Wohlers, who was a pitcher for the Braves for years. Like a relief pitcher for the Braves. And that was like just amazing conversation that we had together. He's met Smoltzy. He's met John Smoltz at a charity event. Other things that happen. They go on in Atlanta because of Atlanta Braves players. So that was a really cool experience, being able to meet him several times. And actually, so here's the thing. So he hung out in the bar area. So let's fast forward past the end of the day. So we have several sessions at CrimeCon with several high-profile cases like Delphi, Idaho 4, Daybell, and more. And after all of that is done, a lot of people go down to the bar area and hang out at the bar area afterwards. And that was really cool. And I saw Vinny down there with his crew. I saw Al picking up like a fistful of drinks from the bar and taking them back to the table, which you need when you have a whole bunch of people hanging out at a table. And it was really hard to get drinks. Really, like it could take you an hour to get a drink at the bar because there were so many people there and it was understaffed. But I saw him like literally 30 feet away from me, and I'm like, hey, I've run into Vinny in the hallway several times. I don't need to go bug him like at his table tonight. I don't need to go bug him. But running into him that third time was serendipitous, because then I had the balls to say, hey, let's talk about Lyndon Valdez. And he said, come talk to me in the morning. And we did. And he helped me figure out how to get more eyes on the case. And I'm working on that. Man, what an experience. What an experience. So let's keep going, because we got more things to talk about. We have a few more things to talk about. Like, we haven't even started talking about the actual sessions that I attended. Let me find it. Where's it at? Find it. Where's it at? StreamYard is showing just me? Why is StreamYard showing just me? That's not right. There we go. All right, that was Vinny. Let's remove Vinny from the stage. Get enough stage time, Vinny. You don't need me giving you more stage time. Let's add recap. Okay, here's where we left off. Me and Vinny. And then I switched over to Vinny's Vinny instead of my Vinny. Let's keep playing this. So this is still Thursday night. This is before Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This is me and Ms. Woozy with Ray Hermosillo. He and his wife were there at the welcome party, and they were commingling with all of the regular people. And really, so it's his wife actually that's taking this picture right now. And really good people. Ray and his wife, really good people, like genuine, like you can just tell when you interact with some people that they're good people. You can tell that about Ray and his wife. Like, boom. Hold on. Why is this not looking right? Where, CrimeCon? Did we not? Are we not up there to where I'm at? I still see Vinny. I don't see what I wanted to see. Hold on. Stop screen. Share screen. Yeah, there's me and Ms. Woozy and Ray. Why is that not shared? There we go. All right. We're on track. We're back on track. All right, just call me Kim. That's Ray. All righty. That's me and Ms. Woozy and Ray Hermosillo. Is that better? Thank you. Just call me Kim. That was weird. That was weird. But let's answer a question. Any downsides? So the cost can be a challenge. Like you pay for the ticket, that's you decide whether or not that's in your affordable price range. You pay for accommodations, which are at least as much as the cost of the ticket. You pay for transportation, which can be as much as the cost of the ticket. So we're 3 times the cost of a ticket right now. And then you have to consider your food and drink, and if you want to buy any merch, if you want to pay for any special things, if you want to pay for the welcome party, which I did from the outset. So downside, I would say like probably the biggest downside, which can be prohibitive for some people, is the cost, because you don't realize before you go what the cost is of going, what the overall total cost, because it's not just the ticket, it's not just your plane tickets, it's not just your hotel room tickets or Airbnb or wherever you decide to stay. It's a lot more than that. Like just to get like a bottle of water and a sandwich could cost you like $20 maybe, just for one meal, which seems unreasonable to me. But and then so there was a place, there was a food truck, so they had food trucks outside for lunch every day, and some of the food trucks switched up and some of them didn't. One of the food trucks was like a quesadillas food truck, and the one day we went out to get quesadillas, they were sold out of like their pork and chicken and beef quesadillas, and all they had was veggie quesadillas. And they charged the same amount for veggie quesadillas as they did for pork and beef and chicken quesadillas, which was $17 for a plate. And I'm like, okay, that's not horrible. I'll do that. And I did. And it was okay. It was okay fare. It was like, yeah. But the next day, because they realized that they were so popular, they charged $30 for a plate of quesadillas instead of 17. This I know from direct evidence of somebody who paid $30 the next day for it. So the cost is a factor. Other than the cost, like, I loved the entire experience. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yes. Yep. You're correct, Forrest. There, you can go on to CrimeCon 2026. It's in Vegas. I've already got my ticket. Hold on, Danny. Yes, you can take your own food and water. Well, you could in Denver. So convention centers rules about what food and water you can take are usually generally very lax. And in Denver, you could bring anything you wanted. Like if you wanted to go to Walmart the day before and get yourself a backpack full of food and water and just eat from whatever you bought from Walmart or from Subway or whatever, you could do that in Denver. I don't know if it will be that way in Vegas. It's at Caesar's Palace. Does Caesar's Palace have stronger rules and regulations about what you can take in there than they did in Denver? That's actually a really good question. That's actually a really good question. I don't know what Caesar's rules will be, but the ones in Denver were very lax. You could bring in outside food and drinks if you so desired. And I'm not saying that I did, but I'm not saying I didn't. Good question. Yeah, the price gouging, that bothered me. So it was bad enough that they were sold out of beef and pork and chicken Berea. They were Berea style quesadillas or Berea style tacos, whatever you want to call them. And they were priced the same still as the ones with meat if they were just veggies. But I'm like, I'm hungry. I just want to get something to go eat. So I paid it. But then it really bothered me the next day. So I was sitting at a table. This was Sunday morning, late morning, sitting at a table, and I got up to leave. Somebody said, "Hey, can we have your table?" Because tables are hard to come by inside where it's air conditioned, and it was hot outside. They said, "Can we have your table?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Ooh, that looks like good food." They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What is that?" They're like, "That's the Berea quesadilla taco things." And I'm like, "Oh, I had that yesterday." They're like, "Yeah, it was $30 today." I'm like, "Whoa, I paid 17 yesterday." And they're like, "No way." It's like, way. Yeah, price gouging happened. Hi, Nina. Welcome in, Nina. Good to see you in here. Yeah, I think it would be interesting to see how Caesar's Palace handles the convention next year compared to how whatever that convention center we were at today. I've got to find it now because I can't remember the name of it. Denver Airport Convention Center. Gaylord Rockies Convention Center. That was where we were at, and the rules were very loose. The rules were very loose, and it was great. All right, so here we are. That's me and Ms. Woozy and Ray Armacio. Somebody who said, "Oh, I photobombed you after," and I'm like, we're at a convention. There's no such thing as photobombing. All right, so this, you're not going to be able to see what's going on in this picture. This is Ray Hermosillo and his wife on the left, and Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis on the right. So there's like a special set that's set up for CrimeCon pictures, event pictures, for people to go stand in the stage area and have their picture taken. And the lighting is awful. The lighting here is horrible. So you can't really see that that's Gigi on the right and that's Ray in the middle with his bald head. You can see the light reflecting off of his bald head. You can see that. There we go. That's better. They're doing like a silly picture, but they did a sillier one. Do we see the sillier one? No, we don't. That's me and Ms. Woozy. The sillier one of Ray was pretty funny, though. Yeah, like you can't see that. Like, so his wife is hanging on him from the front, and Gigi is hanging on him from the back. Like, it's just like a crazy moment. A crazy moment. That's all. That's a less silly moment right there, but more visible. Me and Ms. Woozy being silly, and me and Gigi. Yeah, the lighting is horrible, or I need to get a tan before next year because all of these pictures I look like I'm super pale. But it was great to see Gigi there. She's genuine too. She's the real deal. So this was outside the party. If you want to go outside and hang out, if you want to go smoke something, you can go smoke something. Outside was pretty cool. Casual place. All right. So This is Friday morning. This is session number 1. Hold on, let me check chat. Oh my gosh, Lynn Jen. Trisha's photobomb is the best ever. If you haven't checked out Web Sleuths, you should go check out Trisha's photobomb contest. She's in the background. And she had a photo naming contest for her photobomb situation at CrimeCon. That's pretty funny. Like, all of the responses were so good. She's just like, all right, I'm going to have to randomly draw somebody. I don't know that she has yet, but she said she would. Is this a quiet chat, Nina? Is this a quiet chat? I'm just talking to myself. Yes, Kresha was on earlier, Salty was on earlier, and then they abandoned me. They abandoned me. I'm all by myself. Wasn't that Eric Cartman in the 80s that sang that? Oh, there's Salty. Salty's listening in. Good deal. And my son is in the other room cracking himself up. All right, so session number 1 was Chris Hansen, Have a Seat. And he had on the Roblox guy. And his name just like slipped my mind. Like, literally his name just slipped my mind. Who's the Roblox? Roblox. Yeah, anyway. That was actually a really good conversation. Roblox is a danger to society because it markets itself as a game platform for kids, but then it offers sexually suggestive material on its game, and it actually Schlepp, that's his name, Schlepp. He was actually victimized by an adult on Roblox, and he almost unalived himself, and he had to be hospitalized. And he has since taken up an advocacy for holding Roblox accountable. And that's what Chris Hansen's very first opening session was about. This was a good hour of that, after which they took questions from the public. I didn't get up and ask any questions because I know nothing about Roblox or Robux. But it clearly is a problem in society. In fact, like 2 days ago, I got an email from the Oklahoma State Attorney General's office saying they were looking for legal help to go after Roblox, which I thought was really interesting because they're not going after anybody in the London Valdez case right now. Not going after anybody in the London Valdez case right now. Yes, I just repeated that. So that was session number 1 that we attended like first thing Friday morning. That was the first official session for CrimeCon. And then I went and hung out for a while because there was a session after that that got us to like lunchtime, after which there was going to be a Delphi session, and then there was going to be an Idaho 4 session. So I was like, I need to be back for those, but I can go like wander around in the meantime. And look who I ran into. Colby Ryan. That was a great encounter. We just chatted for a little bit. He's like standing out in the hallway, like Ray Hermosillo is not far behind. He's like off to the side to the left from here. Colby was really relaxed though. So I also ran into him at Lori's trial. Obviously he was sitting with the family and I was sitting in the public section. And so we didn't have any interactions. He didn't know me. He still doesn't know me, but he was way more relaxed at CrimeCon than he was at the trial. And he kind of addressed that in a casual conversation we were having there in the hallway, and just said that the tension level at Lori's trial was so high for him and for the other family members that he just didn't feel like interacting with anybody. And he actually did like a little brief interview with Nate Eaton on one of the days after trial. But for the most part, he like avoided everybody and he looked like he was tense, but at CrimeCon, he looked a lot more relaxed. So that was good to see. Salty, welcome in. Thank you for coming back. I'm just going through these and telling my stories about CrimeCon. So right here, like within minutes of this picture,
I was muted. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah.
I was talking to you, and I'm like, can he hear me talking? And I had to look, and I'm just like, oh, you're muted. Okay. So yeah, I went to the store, and this lady, like, I don't know, her card was locked or something, and it was a whole thing. So it took longer than expected. But so you got some great pictures and stories, huh?
I do, and here's one of them. So after Colby agreed to take this picture with me, who he doesn't know from Adam, we're still standing there talking, like just shooting the shit, talking small talk, kind of not small talk. A lady comes up and she's like, Colby, I'm such a fan. Can I get a picture of you? And he's like, yeah, of course, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then Ray Hermosillo is off as you and I are looking to our left, to my right. And she's like, Ray, you need to come and get in this picture too. So Ray's like, all right, I'll come and get in the picture too with Colby. And then she's like, Joe Schmoe, I watch your channel too. I want you to get in the picture too. And I was like, what? That was like so humbling. I was like, that's crazy. That she would want me to get in a picture with Colby and Ray is just crazy. That's crazy. But I had a few people at CrimeCon come up to me and say they watch my channel and they're a fan, and I really, really appreciate that. Like, I really appreciate that. All right. So this was in between the Chris Hansen session and the Delphi session. And Ms. Woozy will tell you that I was nervous as hell for the Delphi session because I could just tell how it could go if I was too far out of bounds. Let's see.
What is too far out of bounds?
Yeah, I know. Especially when this is like one of the clips they showed. Are you watching now? Can you see this clip that they showed at CrimeCon?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the audience applauded after this.
Well, I give the audience grace because a lot of them just know what they know from mainstream media and a few minute blurbs on the news, and that's it.
Right. And I do too. And what's interesting about this is where I was sitting in this. If you see the word CrimeCon and then you see a little house with a white roof, like with a snow-covered roof, and then if you look down from that roof, there's a standing microphone right there. Can you see that?
Uh-huh.
That's where the audience gets to go up and ask questions at the end of the session. And how long they have for audience questions is up to the presenter. So this is what's her face that was presenting this. Oh my gosh.
I feel like that most of the people that are there that do know or think they know the case the ones who applaud what was done in Delphi, right? Because they
Right.
watched that.
Right.
They
Yes.
haven't watched us, right? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah. And well, what's funny, okay, so there are two things that are funny about this picture. So off to my left and one right to the back are Lauren Matthias and her producer Grayson sitting like 8 seats to the left, one row back. So when I go and sit down, I see them, I go over and I give Lauren a hug and I give Grayson a hug because we've made up. But Lauren goes, this is like full circle for us because we met over our disagreement about the Jerry Holman interview. And I'm like, yes, we did. And she's like, agree to disagree. And she gave me a fist bump.
Yeah.
Because we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, we can.
But still, when you go up to that microphone that you're looking at right there and you ask a question that's not a popular question, it's a little bit nerve-wracking, like in front of 1,500, 2,000 people. I don't know how many people are in that room, but it's at least 1,500 are in that room.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
But I did. Let's see. What's the next picture?
So how did you, well, you haven't got to that yet about what you actually.
I will in a second because I only took
that's fine. No, that's fine. Yeah. You're good. You're good.
I only took a couple of pictures. Here's the other one. There's Nick and Jerry, and you can see them more off to the left, and I can't zoom in on this. That's great. Nick is in the blue suit. Jerry's in the dark suit. And then at the end of the thing, there's another picture. Same thing. All right, let's back up. We got to back up just a second because we're not to Idaho 4 yet. So it's just her and Nick and Jerry. And at some point...
So for those who may not know, Nick McClellan is the prosecutor from the Delphi case. And Jerry Holman was one of the lead detectives or whatever.
Right.
He was.
Jerry is the one that re-techniqued the hell out of Richard Allen in the second interrogation. Like he's up in his face yelling, and he actually talked about that. Yeah, he was like, well, he started raising his voice at me, so I raised my voice right back at him.
Yeah, that's always been his stance on that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But here's the thing, throughout all of that read technique, Richard Allen still didn't confess.
No.
Like that's the whole idea of a read technique, is to get the guilty party to confess. And Richard Allen didn't until like 14 months later after he'd been in solitary confinement.
Heavily medicated.
Oh, you know what? Can I pull up that video on Twitter? Because somebody recorded my question.
It should, yeah, you should be able to. Let's see, hashtag CrimeCon Holman or something. Let's see.
Yeah, I need to pull it up because somebody actually recorded video of me asking my questions. Epstein files. No, we were before that. September 9th. We're before that. Everybody hang on for a second because somebody actually recorded video footage of me asking my question at CrimeCon, and I forgot to look it up before this show because I rock like that. Oh, there we go.
Did you find it?
I found it. Hang on. Hold on loosely, said 38 special. Where did my StreamYard go? Oh, that's what happens when you look for something on the same tab that you're using.
Oh, it's a good thing I was muted. I was singing that song word for word. I was. I looked down. I was like, "Oh God, I'm on mute." And I was like, "Oh, thank God."
Here we go. All right. So here. Oh wait, I gotta share it. I gotta double share it. I hate double sharing, but there we go. So there's Jerry Holman on the left, and we'll see Nick McClellan answer this question. But this is my question, and Nick McClellan's answer.
Pre-trial detainees, how many innocent, under the presumption of innocence, pre-trial detainees get held in a state prison as opposed to a county jail?
You see that scowl? Like Jerry Holman's like, do you see that scowl and that sign that he's making with his fingers?
Oh, are we going there?
Kresha would go there. I guarantee you, if Kresha were here right now, she would be like looking at that.
Yeah, but anybody that knows, right? Already, if you're already Delphi follower, people, yeah, that's Jerry. But he's looking like, who is this guy? Where'd he come from? He's a new player. I've not heard of you, Joe Schmoe. The hell? Sit down with your question.
Well, here's the funny thing about that is they were warned ahead of time that somebody might be coming with a challenging question.
Well,
somebody that knows about Joe Schmoe warned them that somebody might be coming with a challenging question.
Well, honestly, they should probably expect the challenging questions, but I got questions about your question, so let this play.
Yep, we'll let it play. There we go.
As opposed to a county jail.
More than you think, if they have severe medical issues, if they're...
Okay, that's not a direct answer to my question, Mr. McClellan. I said, how many in your experience do you know? And I really wanted to say that, but you have to temper it a bit. So I was just like,
do we?
Okay, so do we is a good question, because if they come back for CrimeCon 2026, I have a better question for them already lined up. Let's just say that.
Particularly troublesome in our little jail. Again, I'm in a very rural community, so my answer may be different than someone, say, in Denver or Indianapolis. But our jail was very, very small with very, very limited resources. And so if someone is a high maintenance prisoner, where they have medical issues, Richard Allen was a high risk, it is not uncommon for us to move them to the DOC.
By the way, there was just an article that came out in one of the Indiana papers a couple of days ago that said that the Indiana State Department of Corrections is sending out money to reimburse county jails because they're overloaded and they have had to detain prisoners in county jails instead of state prisons. And as such, they have to reimburse county jails for that.
Yeah, when our jail blew up and we had to house inmates at the neighboring counties, we had to pay them. We had to reimburse them to house our inmates during that time.
So tell me, Mr. McClellan, exactly how many prisoners were held in state prison instead of county jail?
He has no clue. And they sure determined real quick, like Mr. Allen was a threat to himself, right? Real quick, like.
Right. He was a problem prisoner. I think that's what he just said. He was a high-risk prisoner.
Move them to the DOC. And so it's not, it's not every person, but it's not uncommon either in the world that I live in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not uncommon in the world I live in. Thank you. I was like, where's the rest of the one more? I need more of that conversation. So my question to you, Joe, is how did you decide what question to ask them? Because I feel like you got a very standard answer to, and I felt like I already knew what their answer was going to be when I heard your question, right? Without a doubt. They weren't going to bust off with some groundbreaking news. And I knew that. But how did you decide on what question to ask?
So I thought about that one for a long time, and I worded it like 14 different ways before I actually asked it the way that I asked it. But I also went on to a DM with some other Delphi people, and I'm like, hey, y'all, I'm going to be at CrimeCon, and I'm going to be able to ask a question. And if you have any questions for me to ask that would be better than my question, let me know. And I didn't get a single response back from that. So
Wow, really?
yeah. So I ended up asking the question that was my default question. And immediately, like within 2 days, I was like, shit, I should have asked a different question. I know what question I should have asked.
Oh yeah, you had a different one
He's
come to mind.
innocent under the
Oh, yeah.
presumption.
Oh, yeah. And it'll be there in 2026.
Oh, I'm sure by 2026, my question would change multiple times because there's so many.
Right?
Yeah, I was just curious how you determined if you were just trying to play it a little safer because that was one of
I
the
did.
safer
I did.
questions.
I did play
That
it
was one of
safer. I
as somebody who
absolutely
knows,
did.
yeah, no,
Yep.
knowing the case, that is a very safe question for Joe to ask.
Yep.
About this case compared to all the controversial questions that are out there. So I get where you were coming from, though. You didn't want to get thrown out right out the gate either because they didn't like your questions.
Yeah. Yeah. But I have a better one for him next time.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
come on back, Nick. Come on back, Nick, to 2026, and I got a better one.
Where are they going to be at next time?
Vegas. We're going to be in Vegas in
Oh
2026.
Lord, Vegas.
I already got my tickets. I got my room reserved. I'm good.
Okay. Are you working toward one day having a booth and all that good stuff?
Oh, I don't know about a booth. I don't even know what that benefits you having a booth.
Oh,
Like I spent one afternoon in the exhibit hall, and that was because I had particular people I wanted to see. I wanted to see Trisha from Web Sleuth was at the Othram booth. I wanted to run into Josh Ritter at Courtroom Confidential. And then on Sunday morning, Vinny said, come to my booth so we can talk about London Valdez. And I did. So I was only in there a couple of times.
Yeah, it's one of those things I would only go if it was close enough for me to go, right? But it's cool. It's cool. I would be at all the forensic talks and different things of that nature. There'd be all kind of stuff that probably interested me that you know what I mean, that on the forensic side and crime scene side, things of that nature as my jams. I'd be like, I'll be all up into that.
Yeah, I think in 2023 it was in Florida, actually, Orlando.
It was in Orlando. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Firefly was down there. She went to it. My friend Firefly on the channel there. She was there, but I didn't go. I thought about going down there and meeting her and hooking up and going, but I just didn't. I had some things going on at the time, and I'm like, it's cool, it'd be cool to see all the people, but I would probably be more interested in what exhibits could I go see? Who could I go hear talk and present something that I find interesting, right? That kind of thing.
Yeah, and the Othram presentation, the Othram session was amazing.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that it was. Yeah, stuff like that is good, and at victim advocacy and things of that nature. There's the wall of the missing there. Yes. All these things. I mean, that are so important to what CrimeCon really is about, that gets glossed over by the glitz and the glam of it all. Who was there? CB, that part of it. Can we talk about what actually occurred at CrimeCon versus who you know what I mean? Like that part of it. So did you see any good exhibits or go listen to anything like that, or what was it about?
The sessions were what got me, so Roblox, Delphi, Idaho 4, or Delphi Daybell, Idaho 4, Othram. Those, I learned a lot at the Othram conference. I learned a lot.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. So let's keep looking at a couple of these pictures. When I did a montage, there's Colby, There's McClelland and Holman. McClelland and Holman. All right, so after McClelland and Holman, we actually did the Daybell session. So let me share that real quick. I just took like one picture of that, and I did ask a question for that. So we'll talk about that question. Let me gotta separate this out from StreamYard. I only took one picture at the Daybell session. So that was Nate Eaton. He was the moderator, and he was asking Colby and Ray questions about solving the case, and then recovering from that horrendous, the whole deal. Here we go. All right. Stand by. I gotta maximize, and then I gotta share. All right, so this is the picture that I took from Delphi, from Daybell. Why do I have Delphi on the mind? Probably because I have more stuff to do. Oh, we don't want to do that. We'll go here, here. So they showed the picture of JJ and Tylee and Tammy and Charles and Brandon. And they talked about solving that case. I did take another picture from Hawaii, and Nate said, "Oh, this is the first time this has been shown in public," but I honestly think I'd seen it before. So I was like, I don't need to show it now. But that was a tough one because they also showed footage. They showed a picture, an aerial picture of Chad's backyard when they were excavating remains in in Chad's backyard.
Yeah.
That was tough. It was a really heavy session. So I went up to ask a question for that one too. And I felt like it might be an appropriate time for a little bit of levity to like lighten the mood. So I was actually sitting right behind the microphone. You can see I'm sitting in the same spot that I was for Delphi, right behind the microphone, behind that little cottage with the white roof. But I went over to the other microphone because there were like 3 people at this microphone and there was like 1 person at the other microphone. So I went to the other one over on the far right side, and I walked up. I said, so Ray Hermosillo is on the left, Colby is in the middle, and Nate Eaton is on the right. They're on like a big couch, like on the two of the 3 cushions on a big couch, and Nate's on his own chair. And if you've seen Ray Hermosillo, you know his guns are huge. Like his biceps are as big as my thighs. Like this dude has huge arms. And obviously I noticed that Thursday. I noticed it back when he testified in Lori's trials because I saw him at Lori's trials. And I never interacted with him at Lori's trials because he was always, well, first of all, he's a witness, so I shouldn't be interacting with him, but he was always in conversations with the other law enforcement community, with Detective Duncan from Chandler PD and other law enforcement. He was always in a conversation with them, so I never interrupted. I never introduced myself at Lori's trials. I did on Thursday night at the welcome meeting. You saw the pictures that Ms. Woozy and I got with him. He has huge biceps. Huge. So I went up to the microphone and I said, this is for Nate or I mean, this is not for Nate. This is for Ray and Colby. I was like, how many days a week do you work out? And huge laugh in the audience, huge laugh. And then Nate actually answered, and he's like, well, you can see I don't work out enough. I'm like, okay. And then he said something else that was kind of meaningless. And he looked off to the microphone on the left, which is where I would have been if I'd gone up right in front of my seat. And he's like, next question. But I'm still standing there with my microphone. So he looks back at me and he goes, do you have another question? I was like, no, I'm still waiting for an answer. And that generated another laugh in the audience. And Colby goes, all right, eat your greens, have a healthy diet, and a few other things. And then Ray goes, okay, I used to work out, but I'm too old for that now. But when I did work out, I worked out 6 days a week. And I was like, all right, I got my answer. Thanks. And then Nate goes, oh yeah, and if you've seen my channel, you know I get donuts. So it was a good little bit of levity, like in the middle of a really heavy session, or at the end of a really heavy session. And people talk to me about it for the rest of CrimeCon.
Look, Ray's a really good guy too. He when I do go over and hang out with Colby for a little while when he's streaming, Ray always pops in because he's a mod over there now. So Ray always pops in and he's always talks to us. He's just a really all around good guy who cares, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I mean, when I met him and his wife at the welcome party, it's just like, you just know. When you meet people like that, like you just know they're genuinely good people. And like,
he showed up on one of the Dockets live streams one afternoon, and he popped up on stage there and had a conversation out of the blue, and it was like, whoa, this is cool. Ray out of nowhere, and it was a good conversation. So Ray's a really genuine guy, good cop, and we don't get enough of the good cops in this realm sometimes.
Absolutely.
We get the Jerry Holden of it all, Joe, and we get lost in that. So shout out to Ray.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like in 2 subsequent sessions, I asked Jerry Holman and Nick McClellan a question, and then I asked Ray Armacio and Colby Ryan a question. Like, how crazy is that? That blows my mind. Like, opposite ends of the spectrum in my mind, in my opinion. You may have a different opinion, and that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, but
Joe, I got to drop down for a while. I've been like, how long we been going, dude? Christian, I derailed your show earlier, and we just went off on a whole different conversation. But I appreciate that opportunity. I'm still going to be listening in the background, guys. I just got some things to do, so I need to jump down and be.
It is getting late. It is getting late. It's like 6:30 Eastern. So thank you for jumping up with me. I appreciate it.
No problem. In chat, you guys are great as usual. But I'll be listening until you wrap it up.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. What? Mary Jane laws? Oh, there is no Mary Jane in Indiana. Oh no, there is no Mary Jane. They don't. I don't think that they screen for it at the airport anymore. Pretty sure they don't. But yeah, it's not legal in the state. Like when Michigan passed the law, when Illinois passed the law, when Ohio passed the law for Mary Jane, the Indiana State Police came out and said, if you bring it from adjacent states into the state of Indiana, we will be waiting for you. Yeah. So there's that, sis. Oh my gosh. All right. So we got a couple more pictures to go through. That was Daybell and Ray Hermosillo's participation in solving that, and reinforcing once again real quick that he had just been promoted to detective in 2019. Hold on, I got it. Okay. He had just been promoted to detective. Ray Hermosillo had just been promoted to detective in 2019. And then he helped solve the case of JJ and Tylee, Chad and Lori. And now he is the chief of detectives. Like less than 6 years later, he's the chief of detectives in Rexburg. Like he's a badass. Just saying. All right. So after, let's talk about this picture right here. So after the Daybell, Idaho with Ray and Colby and Nate, I went up to the meet and greet. So what you can do, hold on, let me switch pictures real quick. I'm going to share this with you in a second. What you can do after a session, after most sessions, not all sessions, like within a half an hour after the session is over, they have a meet and greet in another ballroom. So you go get in line and you get to have a picture taken. And your picture is actually covered as a part of your CrimeCon ticket. Like you don't have to pay extra to have a picture taken with them, but you do have to be in line in the first 100 or whatever number they determine as reasonable. It's probably less than 100 actually, because I think there's a meet and greet for like an hour after the session, a half an hour after the session. They start, you go up, people go up and take their picture, and people go up and they talk to these people. Like they say some things. Like I talked to Mike King, I talked to Stacy Chapin, and oh my gosh, the co-founder of Othram. I'll remember it in a minute when I show you the picture. Like I'll just say something to them, and the things that I said took like 10 seconds. Some people will talk to them for like 30 seconds to a minute. Some people will like try and talk to them for 2 minutes. And once it gets to 2 minutes, once it gets to a minute, actually, they're like, come on, we got to move it along, have the next person up here. Because if you stay there and talk to them too long, and I'll show you a couple of the meet and greet pictures I have, then the people in the back won't get to have a chance to have their picture taken with this true crime celebrity. So after Nate, Colby, and Ray had their session up on stage, I went to go get in line, and it took a while because we stood there and talked. I think I stood there and talked to Megan for a while, stood there and talked to Ms. Woozy for a while. And we stood there and talked for so long that by the time I got up there to get in line, I was in the secondary line. Like I was in the overflow line. I saw that, Trent. I saw that. I thought it would have been cool to have a picture with Ray and Colby and Nate all at once, which is why I went and stood in line. Because I have a picture with Ray and I have a picture with Colby, and somebody has a picture of those two with me. I don't remember who that was that took a picture of the three of us together, but I don't have a picture of those three together. So I thought it'd be cool. And once I found out I was in the overflow line, I'm like, I was like, no, I'm not going to stand here in line for an hour and then find out that I'm not going to get a picture with these three guys. Nate is very approachable, so I can go get a picture with him, and then I can Photoshop my picture of me with Colby and me with Ray and me with Nate all separately, and then I can have a picture with all three of them together through the magic of Photoshop. but I don't need to stand here for an hour plus just to find out I can't get a picture with the three of them. So I went up instead into the meeting room where Vinnie Politan was holding a Court TV live feed. And Ms. Woozy and Megan were up there too, and they decided to go down and get a drink while I decided to wait in the room. And this is where I got to stand while I was waiting in the room. I was right behind Vinny. So what they did was they set up like some bleachers, if you will, like some bench seating off to the right of where we're looking now, with people with VIP passes who got to go sit and be part of the live studio audience and actually ask questions during this session, which was pretty cool for them. But they put out tape and they said, okay, off to where we're right, diagonal from the bleachers. And then they put up like a theater seating type of barricade in front of us. And they said, you can stand behind this. And that's where I went and stood right behind Vinny. And I'm like, I'm going to be on Court TV. And I was. In my Braves jersey, especially behind Vinny with his being a Mets fan. Let's look at that. So this is where I was, and if you zoom in, gosh, I wish I could zoom in on this. If you zoom in on that little monitor there, you can see me over Vinny's right shoulder. But I'll show you a picture that's better in a minute. That's not on the monitor. Here we go. What's next? Yeah, let's play it through. There we go. There's Vinny from the front, and there's Joe Schmoe in the background. Like the women on every side of me are like, what's going on? I'm on Court TV. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. I'm on Court TV. It's my first appearance on Court TV. It won't be my last. And Vinny talks about this too on his podcast. Vinny talked about this on his CrimeCon recap podcast. I'll pull that up in a second. But I was always wearing either my white Braves jersey or my navy blue Braves jersey. It was 4 days long, so I had to alternate white, blue between the days. But I have a red one coming with Joe Schmoe 88 on the back. And then I have a City Connect baby blue jersey coming with Joe Schmoe 88 on the back. So CrimeCon 2026, I will have a separate jersey for every day of CrimeCon 2026. That says Joe Schmoe 88 on the back. I am pretty prominent in the background, right? Like I'm a head taller than all the women around me. That cracks me up. But, that's actually a fairly relevant point that I've noticed in following true crime is that women in true crime are way more prevalent than men. Like when I went to Lori Daybell's trials, I was the only man in line 95% of the time. Like there was another man in line for verdict day, for sentencing, for opening statements. But other than that, like for every regular day of trial and pretrial hearings, I was the only man in line, and everybody else was a woman. Like, what is, and a lot of the true crime content creators are women too. It's a phenomenon that baffles me. And not in a bad way. I'm like, you do your thing, but I don't understand why more men aren't interested in it. All right. So here we go. We're going to keep going. It's taken me 2 hours to go through 2 minutes of video footage. There's me again. There's Al to Vinny's right. And other guests to his left and right. Then there was another Delphi session the next day. And this, hold on. Why is this not? You know what? I don't. Oh my gosh, Spencer. That could be taken a lot of ways. Joe, you strike me as a guy that doesn't mind to be around a lot of ladies. I don't, but I don't want, if I say that, I don't want that to be taken the wrong way. It doesn't challenge my manhood to be around a lot of ladies, and intelligent ladies at that. Like, I spent a lot of time at CrimeCon around Megan Connor, who is an incredibly intelligent human being, and Lauren Matthias, who is also an incredibly intelligent human being. I mean, and Ms. Woozy, who is also an intelligent human being. So, yeah, it doesn't bother me, like, at all. I love it. I love, like, the exchange of thoughts and ideas, and I love the fact that Lauren and I can, like, we had one night at the bar, we had a good detailed debate about the facts of the Richard Allen case, Delphi case. Like, she would say, well, what if this? And I would say, okay, I can see that as a possibility, but what about this? And she would say, okay, I can see that as a possibility. And we just went back and forth for a little bit, not an extended period of time, but it was like, it was an intelligent, respectful debate that we should all be able to have, regardless of gender, regardless of what you believe about a certain suspect. Like, we should all be able to have respectful, intelligent discussions about cases. That's the perfect true crime world to me, is like, you show me something that I hadn't thought of before, and I'll try and show you something that you hadn't thought of before. All right. So this is the Patties, and this is Abby's mom. And this was also a tough session. And this, yeah, there's Mike, Patty. He's sitting all the way off to the left, his right, our left, by himself. He had some good things to say that I hadn't heard from him before. Oh, we're already skipping ahead to Mike. Wow, I didn't take very many pictures of that one, of the Patties and Libby's brother and Abby's mom. I didn't take a lot of pictures of that. But I did learn a lot from that. And so Becky Patty had a lot to say about social media and the attacks that the family felt from social media during this whole thing. From the beginning, the families were considered suspects by a lot of people on social media, and they were attacked by a lot of people on social media. So that's a problem for me. And I heard the emotion in her voice. And I heard the pain that she had to endure from that. So it was educational to me, because I can be more respectful to that now. And that actually relates to the London Valdez case, because people will come at Mom, people will come at Brittany, people will come at Grandma, people will come at Liz, and they'll say, well, exactly what the DA said. What the DA said, like, this is the DA. He's supposed to be representing the victims. And the DA said to London's mom, why wasn't London home, safe, in bed, and drug free? So if you can expect that from a DA, what can you expect from social media? So I've been telling them for a little while now, especially since they went on another channel and did an interview on another channel. I was like, you need to prepare yourself for some of these questions, and I hope they are. Because people will be coming at you. All right. That's all I got to say about that. For now. There'll be more later, I promise. All right. There's Mike Patty. I feel for him. All right. So Mike King. Mike King is friends with Mike Watkiss, who I've had on my channel a couple of times now. But he was up here all by himself. And honestly, I'm trying to talk Mike Watkiss into coming next year. I'm like, you need to get a hold of Mike King and tell him that you guys would have so much better stories if you got up there together on stage and it wasn't just him. Better stories about the FLDS. This was an FLDS presentation. So there's the FLDS Rise to Power. He had a PowerPoint slideshow that he showed on that. Cult dynamics and grooming. That's a thing. That's a thing that Kresha and I have talked about extensively. And Mike King is a good resource for that. Obviously, he knows a lot about the FLDS. And there's me and Mike King at a meet and greet. I actually stood in line and waited for a picture with Mike King on the meet and greet. I was one of the first in line for that. So was Ms. Woozy with me. We both got pictures with him. I need to get a tan before CrimeCon 2026. I look like pale and waxy. That's ridiculous. And maybe I could lose a few pounds too. Okay, so this is after the Othram session with Stacy Chapin. That's Ethan Chapin's mom and the founder, co-founder of Othram, Middleman. Google lists her husband as the founder of it, but she was the co-founder, and she's just as deep into it as he is. Kristen Middleman. Yes, Kristen Middleman. This is in line to get a picture with them. And I don't know if you can read that, but that says Brian Kohlberger, Burn in Hell, is what the t-shirts on both of those say. You can't see their fronts, but I believe that's mother and daughter that have those shirts that say Brian Kohlberger, Burn in Hell. I was like, yeah, I love it. There we go. Got my picture. Those lights are too bright or I'm too pale. They knew the makeup job they had. I need to call in my makeup crew, maybe. Maybe I need to do that. Studio tan, right? Squeegee. Studio tan. So this is me in a picture with Kristen Middleman and Stacy Chapin, and I couldn't be more honored. I asked a question before their, or at the end of their session too. The question I asked them was, and this was more for Kristen than it was for Stacy. I said, so with your new revolutionary DNA processing investigative techniques that haven't been tried very much in court, how do you see it going in court? Like, will you see defense attorneys challenging it, defense experts challenging it? And she said, yeah, of course we're going to see defense experts challenging it. She said, but I hope that more states start adopting it. She said, she went on like a 5-minute response to my question, which was amazing, but I was standing up there in awkward silence the whole time at the microphone. But she said, public funding right now funds standard CODIS DNA testing. It would be amazing if state governments would start funding IgG. And she said, even if you come up with an IgG result, she goes, all of our IgG results are retested against the CODIS system. So we utilize both systems. It's just more states and communities and agencies should be using IgG. So be an advocate for IgG is what she said. And I was like, that sounds good to me. It's a tool. Yeah. Yes, it's a tool, but it's a tool that like expands the database of possible returns against the DNA that you're testing, like to an exponential factor that I can't quantify. She quantified it like a couple of times probably, but it's a tool that expands the possible returns against DNA testing. So it's going to be tested in court. We're going to see defense experts test it. I think if Brian Kohberger had gone to trial, I think we would have seen it challenged in court there. There is me and Josh Ritter. This is one of my favorite pictures. So I showed you earlier. I'll show you again. Bloop, bloop, bloop. There's the jersey I wore. It says Joe Schmoe. That's the jersey I was wearing that day. And I was actually sitting at the Othram booth talking to Trisha from Web Sleuths. And from behind me, I hear, is that Joe Schmoe? Is that the real Joe Schmoe? And it's Tiff, which is Josh's wife and producer. And I turn around and I got to meet them all. He had a adorable little entourage. He's like, we're so exhausted. We're so tired. I'm like, I get it. But we got a picture together. Josh Ritter, I have a lot of respect for him and for his channel and the work he does. Salty. Don't make me come back up. Let's not. I've been on here for 5.5 hours. Let's talk about IgG and Othram later, please. Let's talk about IgG and Othram later. And Idaho 4, Kohberger. That's so cool of him to stop and for Tiff to recognize my jersey, right? All right. We're almost to the end, are we? So I took all of my pictures and I put them into CapCut to make a montage, right? And this montage is literally, so CapCut automatically assigns like 5 seconds to each picture. So this montage is 3 minutes and 15 seconds long. And I think it's gone like 3 hours and 15 minutes instead of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. All right. There's me and Josh. All right. So this is a picture from the bar area. After all of the sessions, the real action happened in the bar. Like you go down, you talk to other CrimeCon like attendees, but you also get to meet like other creators, and you get to meet other celebrities. And I ran into a few of them in the bar area, and I a couple of times may have hung out way too long for a 55-year-old. 55-year-old should not be at the bar at 2 a.m. Just saying. And then he should know where the Uber pickup station is and not have to wander around looking for it for 20 minutes. This is a picture of Jonesy. This is one of Vinnie Politan's podcast co-hosts, Jonesy. I got to talk with him extensively multiple times. Really cool dude. And he's just hanging out at the bar, like checking his phone for whatever he's checking. Off to the right, Vinny's off to the right, and he's got a horde of people around his table, of course. But Jonesy's over here chilling out all by himself by the fireplace. I thought that was a cool picture. And Jonesy is definitely cool. And this is me leaving CrimeCon. And this is me at the airport, almost to gate C27, which if you can't read the LED lights up there, that says Indianapolis or something like that. So that's it. That's my CrimeCon recap. Just call me Kim. Had nothing to do with hanging out until 2 a.m. Like, okay, the Uber pickup station was confusing because the very first night, so Ms. Woozy and I shared an Uber, I think every night or almost every night. The very first night they picked us up in front of the main doors of the hotel part. So there's a hotel and a convention center, and they picked us up in front of the hotel. Then the next night they picked us up like on a side street down around the corner. And then the next day it was like around the corner from that. So it was confusing. Especially at 2 o'clock in the morning. It had nothing to do with hanging out at the bar until 2 a.m. Oh, yeah, Jamie, that and he mentioned me on his pod. Did I not play that? I thought I was going to play that. I was going to play that part. Okay. Stand by, because I got to play the part. No, I played the part. Yeah, I played the part way back in the beginning, like hours ago. I just don't remember because it was hours ago. I played the part on the Tangents podcast where Vinnie Politan mentioned Joe Schmoe. And it was really cool of him to do that. And it was really cool of him to spend 10 or 15 minutes with me on Sunday morning talking about the London Valdez case and how to get more light on that. I played it. Yeah, Forrest, I played it. Thank you. I remembered after I forgot. It happens sometimes. It's funny you mentioned that, because there was a gentleman a little bit older than me, like anywhere from 10 to 15 years older than me, that was napping in the chair starting at like 9 p.m., like just adjacent to the bar, like in the sitting area next to the bar. He was asleep for hours starting at like 9 p.m. And I'm like, I kind of envy him a little bit. All right, guys. I think we're going to wrap it up. It's been 5.5 hours. I did not mean to go 5.5 hours. That is insane. I don't know if I've ever gone 5.5 hours before. Thank you so much for hanging with me. Wait, we have 4-starred comments to look at. Forrest, member for 5 months. Right on, Forrest. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your help. And of course, Salty, way more than a member for a month. You're an OG. Joe Schmoe gifting 5 memberships. Right on, dude. And then Denise, a super sticker for $9.99. Thank you, Denise. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody hanging with us for a really long time. Holy cow. I guarantee you I'm not going to do a 5.5 hour live stream anytime in the near future, but I do have updates on London Valdez I'm going to have to check into, and other stories too. I have like 3 stories waiting in the wings that I've already like set up all of the production for, and we just haven't talked myself into yet, like the Snapchat killer in Columbus, Ohio. That's a crazy case from 2024. I got his interrogation video from the Columbus PD, and I added subtitles to it, and actually spent longer in the subtitles than I did on anything else. So they're all good, but we're going to see how a convicted murderer lies in interrogation before he's a convicted murderer. Anyway, we have lots of things to go over. Thank you all for being here, for hanging out. And now let's all watch Charlie for a couple of minutes on my outro. All eyes. 5 hours. Goodness gracious. But thank you for being here with us for that. And we have stuff to talk about. All eyes. We have stuff to talk about. Okay. We will catch everybody on the next one. Catch you on the flip side. And now enjoy Charlie for a couple of minutes.
See you soon, my lovely friends. Have a good afternoon. Don't forget to stop back by and see me real soon. Thank you for stopping in. Thanks for saying hi. Together we can make a difference if we try. For stopping in, thanks for saying hi. Together we can make a difference if we try. Thank you for stopping in. Thanks for saying hi. Together we can make a difference.